Good evening. I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Peabody City Council Finance Committee, sitting as the Committee of the Whole. It is June 16th, 2026. All councilors are present this evening. Tonight is the beginning of our FY27 budget review. We have 3 additional meetings scheduled already, and we have the ability to add more if needed. That said, all councilors will have adequate time to ask questions of the mayor, finance director, and any department heads. The council is under an obligation to get through this budget, and I intend to do so as efficiently as possible. Under Mass General Law, the council has the ability to reduce or reject any amount in the proposed budget. I ask that if a motion is being made to reduce a line item, please state the page in the budget book and the line item number so that we can track everything appropriately. For tonight, we have 5 items on our agenda for the city side of the budget. Our first item is an ordinance amendment for the schedule of compensation for part-time and full-time positions not subject to collective bargaining. Second is an overview of FY27 City of Peabody operating budget. The third is the review of the city side of the FY27 budget, general government, public safety, public services, human services, cultural and recreation, debt service, and employee benefits. The third is a review of the FY27 water and sewer budget. And the fourth is a review of the FY27 recreation budget. All departments are represented here in the Wigan this evening, so when it comes time, we can ask questions to the appropriate department heads as well. For the councilors and those in attendance, we'll take up item A, and then we will receive the presentation from the mayor and the finance director. Once that is completed, I will allow for public comment. Please keep your comments to 2 minutes or less so we can continue through the agenda. This is a public meeting, but it's not a public hearing. But as the chair, I am allowed the discretion for public comment. Once public comment is completed, the council may ask questions to the mayor and the finance director on their presentation, and then we'll continue through the budget book by major section. And I ask that the councilors group all of your questions by major section. So for example, if you look in your budget book, we have general government, any questions you have on general government, and then we'll move on to public safety and so forth. When we move on to approvals, the motion will be for the amounts made in the table of contents section, less any approved council reductions. And with that, I'll turn it over to the mayor for item A, the ordinance amendment. Mr. Mayor.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening to you. Good evening, councilors. Good evening to everyone here. Hope everybody's doing well. Tonight, I want to start with a simple analogy. When you bring your car to the mechanic doesn't list 1,000 parts and systems working perfectly. The mechanic doesn't congratulate you on every bolt, belt, and sensor doing exactly what it's supposed to do. The mechanic focuses on the one thing that's broken, because that's why you brought the car in. City government works the same way. People come to us when something isn't right. A bill seems too high, a sidewalk needs attention, a tree limb needs clearing after a storm. And they're right, those issues matter, and we need to fix them. But we rarely talk about the work crew that responds to water main breaks in the middle of winter, doing the hard work needed to get water flowing back into people's homes. We don't mention the building and health inspectors out in the field every day, troubleshooting problems and keeping residents safe long before most people ever notice their work. Or the permit staff, frontline clerks, and the teams in the assessor's office, collectors, water billing, and treasury, who manage a nonstop flow of questions, payments, and paperwork that keep city operations moving. Planning staff reviewing projects, recreation staff coordinating programs, human resources supporting an entire workforce, public health protecting residents quietly every day, and veteran services helping those who served our country. These are the people holding this city together. So tonight, I'm asking all of us to take a moment to appreciate the city workers whose dedication keeps everything else running quietly, reliably, and often without recognition. Their work deserves to be recognized, because if we're not careful, just like the mechanics report, we end up seeing only what's broken and ignoring everything else that's running exactly as it should. We don't talk about the sidewalk that did get repaired. We don't mention the street that was paved. We don't celebrate the park that was improved or the water main that was replaced before it failed. Because when government is working the way it should, most people don't even have to think about it. I know costs are rising. I know residents feel the burden. None of us in city government deny that, and none of us are insulated from it. This budget, like every budget, will have its disagreements and tough conversation. That's part of governing. But I also think we owe it to our employees and to our residents to acknowledge the full picture. Our workforce shows up every day to fix what's wrong and to keep everything else running smoothly. They take the blame when something goes sideways, and they rarely get the credit for the 99 things that went right. If we only focus on what's broken, we lose sight of the enormous value these men and women provide. We risk feeding a false narrative that the city is failing, when in reality, it's stable, resilient, and working well because of the people who show up every day to keep it that way. This budget proposal tries to do one thing: to maintain the services people rely on, to invest wisely, and to support the employees who make all of it possible. So yes, let's debate the numbers, let's challenge assumptions, let's push for efficiency. That's our job. But let's also remember the thousands of moving parts in this city that are working because of dedicated people who don't often get thanked, don't often get noticed, and still show up anyway. It's easy to see the one thing that's broken. That's easy to do. Tonight, I'm asking us to recognize the many things that are working and the people who keep them that way. I focus my comments on the ordinance employees specifically. I can certainly talk about police and fire that are here today, about the incredible work they do. But I was focusing on the quiet behind-the-scenes work that so many in this room and so many others that couldn't be here tonight do for the city. I'm here tonight to ask for a 2% increase for our ordinance employees for fiscal year 2027. Earlier, as you may know, I asked for a 3, 3, and 3 for fiscal year 26, 27, and 28. That would have matched the union agreements that were negotiated by me. I knew I didn't have the support for that. But I asked for approval for the request tonight to show the recognition and appreciation of the work that all of our ordinance employees do. One final thing I want to mention is back in February, the mayor received a 3% increase to the salary. I will not be taking that 3%. I will base it on whatever the decision comes from the council tonight. If it's a 0, then I will accept a 0. If it's a 2%, I will accept a 2%. I will match whatever the decision is made, and I will match my increase to the ordinance employees. I'm here to answer any questions, but I'm really hoping that we show the support for the ordinance employees that, again, quietly do the work that keep our city running. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Are there any councilors with any questions? Councilor Turco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mayor, well said. I generally do not support the ordinance raises, and it's not because I don't think that people deserve raises. It's because, as we've talked about in the past, I think that reviews need to be done. I think raises should have a range. There are employees in this room, and I'll say it publicly, that will call me back at 9 o'clock at night, 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. And anytime I call, they pick up on the first ring, and they know who they are. So I support those people getting recognized for the work they do. And I think that, if there's ever a knock on labor, it's that everybody gets an equal raise, and that's the knock I have on that. That being said, I want to thank the ordinance employees for realizing that these are tough times and accepting that the 2026 fiscal year raise is no longer on the table, and I will support the 2027 at 2% moving forward with the ordinance change. Additionally, Mayor, there is an ordinance adjustment on my desk for the senior city engineer, and I would like to also state publicly that I will support that. And Council Peach, if you'd rather me wait on getting into that, or I can address it now.
Councilor Turco, I think it's appropriate. It's within, so just for all the other councilors, we are working off late 3, which was received last Thursday, and that item includes a 0 for 2026 and a 2% increase for 2027. And the only difference between the one we received before this is the increase in the senior city engineer. So I think it's appropriate, Councilor Turco. I don't think it needs to be a separate motion unless councilors wish to do it that way, but it's included in the proposal for the ordinance change from the mayor that we're working off of, so.
Thank you, Councilor, and Madam Chair. And that being said, with regard to, that is the one raise that's in this contract other than the 2% raises for 2027. In this budget, there's one increase in salary base. And the reason is we've gone, I believe, 2 years, Mayor, without a senior city engineer. As many of you recall, Will Politz was our senior city engineer. He became our DPS director. The mayor and Human Resources put out the bid to replace that position at the ordinance level, I believe at 119, with the qualifications listed. There were limited applicants, and those that did apply weren't fully qualified for the position. So we've gone 2 years without it. I will ask, after I'm done speaking, Mr. Politz to come up, Council Peach, if you don't mind. But I believe it's in the range of where we should be for a senior city engineer with the increase in salary. And I will say that, as the mayor spoke about, all that city employees do, Will in particular has worn 2 hats for 2 years, and you can't continue to put that burden on one employee. To be the city engineer and the DPW director is, I don't even know how he's done it for as long as he has. So. Things are going to falter at that point, when you can't get to all the engineering projects that need to be looked at because you're acting as the DPW director and, vice versa. That's when people will start to point fingers and say, why is this not getting done? And I don't want to get to that point, and we haven't because Will's held it together, and I think we need to fill this senior engineer position. And again, Mayor, unless you want to talk on it, I was going to ask Mr. Politz to come up. Sorry, Madam Chair, that's your meeting. You can make that decision.
No, that's great. Director Politz, if you, there you are.
Good evening. For the record, William Politz, the Director of Department of Public Services. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak this evening. Yes, I believe the increase for the senior city engineer puts us actually, I know for a fact, it puts us between the city of Beverly, which comes in at just over $145,000 for their max, and the town of Danvers, which is just below $143,000 for their max. So this increase would put us between those 2 neighboring communities, and I have additional communities if you would like to know about those as well.
Thank you, Mr. Politz. I believe on that subject, that's all I have to say. And as I said, I support the 2% for the ordinance employees. I guess the last thing I will say is, and I've mentioned this to the mayor a number of times, even as a union member, I've taken 3 zeros in my career. I took a 0 in September 11th. I took a 0 in the economic downturn of 2008, and then I took a 0 more recently during COVID. So I know, to put it plainly, it sucks. We didn't like it either, but sometimes you have to look at the horizon. And I told the mayor, I committed to him privately, and I will commit to all of you publicly, we will correct this. The economy will get better, and I will support making up the lack of percentages to you. I have no problem doing that. That's what was done in my place of employment. Our management came to us and said, we understand, you have to take a 0 at this point, but we'll make it up to you. And each and every time they did in the next contract. And Mayor, I would support you when we do correct the issues that we're facing currently, correcting the raises also.
Thank you, Council.
Are there any other councilors who'd like to speak? Councilor Manning Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to rescinding from 3% to your original 3% to 2%, and also aligning whatever the council's decision is to agree with your percentage as well, Mayor, leads me to beg the question that should the council also consider either rescinding or delaying their raise, our raise, that we just voted on recently for a 3%, which was linked to yours. So I think that what would be fair is if the council consider either delaying, deferring, or rescinding that vote, giving themselves a raise and the mayor's raise at 3%, given that now we're being asked to decide whether we give 0 or 2% to ordinanced employees. I just don't feel that this is a level playing field. I think we all knew this heading into that vote, and now we're having discussions that just to me are just out of whack, and I'm not comfortable having them been presented this way. So I would like to make a motion to rescind the council and the mayor's raise stemming from our vote taken a few months ago at 3%. So moved.
Madam Chair, if I could.
Just a moment, Mayor. Councilor, I agree with you. I do think the council needs to take action. I don't know that it's in order before us in this hearing, but I do think when we get to the budget line items, to reduce those line items by the appropriate amount would suffice. That was just my thought on the best way to move forward with it, was to reduce the line items instead of re-advertising an ordinance change. That just because an ordinance max is provided in our ordinances doesn't mean that's what everybody gets paid. So we do have the ability to just reduce our line items, and that could save us a little bit on advertising. In the future, if we do get to a point where we can institute that increase again, we wouldn't have to actually advertise it. We'd have the ability to vote for it to increase it.
Thank you. Is there a motion on the floor prior to my motion? There was no motion on the floor, correct?
Councilor, the mayor's raise and the council raises are not before us on this item.
Yes.
That's why I don't
Yeah,
believe it's in order right now.
Sure, but there is no motion. There's just been a presentation for the mayor to, under late communication 3, to reduce from 3% to 2%. And then he's also made a pledge that if the council deems 0%, he will take his to 0%. So if we're getting into ordinances and postings, I mean, we gave him per ordinance a 3% raise. I don't think it's appropriate along the same lines as you're pointing out now that we can just change that, because it is what it is. We have the ordinance.
Councilor, as the chair, I don't think a motion to change that ordinance is in order at this moment because it is not before us by open meeting law. So we can, at a different meeting, if you'd like to change the ordinance, change the ordinance. I do think we have the ability to reduce the budget line items so that the fiscal budget for our salaries and the mayor's salary aligns with any vote taken on this ordinance this evening.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will respect your guidance in this, and I feel comfortable and confident that my wishes and thoughts have been heard, and that we will have that type of discussion amongst all of us when those line items come before us for the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Are there any other councilors? Councilor Ladoff.
I had a question in regards to when I received the budget book, there was some confusion because some of the raises were at like 3%, 5%, 6%, and I was told that there was some increases that were supposed to happen last year that did not, so we were catching up. So I just wanted some clarity on if there was raises last year and if that was the employees received those raises.
No, they did not.
Counselor, to offer a little bit more clarity, the last year's budget, we voted on a kind of a placeholder 2% increase across the board. That was for union and non-union positions. The unions negotiated their contract. We have since made the transfers to fulfill that. And we've never changed the ordinance before us, which is why the original proposal from the mayor had a retro included in it, because it was never actually done. It was just voted on as a placeholder. So now the new proposal before us is to negate anything from 2026 fiscal year and to move forward with a 2% increase in 2027. On your desks, which we can receive in the next item, is Lake Community. It's a new summary sheet from the finance director, and these are the totals based on if this proposal passes as presented. And if things are changed, then we'll have to recess and get a new table of contents. But Councilor Latoff.
I have another question for you or for the mayor. Is there a way where that was voted on and it was held, it sounded like that? Is there a way that money is there to do that retroactive now for those employees that were told it was happening?
I think that would be best to the finance director or the mayor.
Yeah, the 2% placeholder that was only for the ordinance employees was not used for employee raises. The ordinance employees did not get any of that money. That money was in the individual budgets that when you take up the end of the year closeouts, you'll see that there's been money directed to close out different budgets. So that'll be voted on coming up, but it is not money that we have in hand that we can give retroactively.
Thank you, Mayor. That's understood. I just felt passionately about if that was promised to people. I'd love there to be a way to honor that for everyone's hard work that they were told was possibly happening and to grant that. But I understand we'll go through the numbers, but I just wanted to find more information. Thank you for the clarity.
Are there any other councilors who'd like to comment? Councilor Hockman.
Thank you, Councilor Peach. Mayor, thank you for the opening remarks. I echo your sentiments regarding all the people that work for our city. We don't function as a city without our police, without our fire, without our ordinance employees, without our teachers, without our administrators, without our nurses, without our custodians, without the Department of Public Works and the Department of Public Services. I would have supported 3, 3, and 3. We've had those conversations. I don't think it's fair for an employee, union or non-union, who's given a promise that they're going to get a raise at 2% from last year, should have to forego that due to no fault of their own. I understand Councilor Turco's argument in terms of raises being individualized based upon certain criteria and factors that the city could implement, but we don't operate under that system. Maybe that's a conversation we should have, and maybe that's a conversation we should have for all employees, because other represented employees operate where it's a all for good for one, good for all. And I think that that's the system we operate under now. Whether that's right or wrong, that's what we do. And we do it because we value their service. We value and appreciate that they get out of bed every day to do the work that most people don't want to do, right? Nobody wants to get up at 3 a.m. with a 4-alarm fire in -2 degrees and have to get out on a truck and open up a hose. Just like nobody wants to sit in the collector's office to get yelled at by a resident who may have a bill that's higher than normal due to some system error. Just like no clerk wants to sit in their office and get yelled at because a resident has to pay $20 for a sticker to dispose of a dishwasher or a range or a microwave. Our people work hard. They were promised a raise. I think they should get the raise that they were retroactively. I don't see any reason to differentiate All bargaining units in this city, I think, are under contract now. Is that correct, Mayor?
They do have a couple remaining. Of the 15 bargaining units, I think we've completed 13.
And those 13 bargaining units, I believe, all got 3% across the board. I don't see any reason to treat our ordinance employees any differently. And I realize that times are hard, and I realize that the economy isn't what we hoped it would be, particularly in this state. But we all go to the grocery store, we all go to the gas station, we all have utility bills, we all have expenses associated with medical costs and those things, and they're all going up. In fact, our employees are taking a pay cut because their health insurance is going up. So they're taking home less every week, even with a 2% that they were promised. I'm going to harp on this the entire time that we're talking about the budget. This city, just like the 351 cities and towns across this Commonwealth, didn't receive funding from the state government that was anticipated. Yes, we have an administration that chose to take on an issue that I think is unwise and unpopular and extremely expensive. And they decided to spend money that otherwise would have come to cities and towns and school districts across the Commonwealth in a manner that I think was irresponsible and without public support. And as a result of that, we're now being asked we're being put in a position where we're being asked to tell our city employees, sorry, we're not going to give you the 2% that you were promised or the 3% that you probably deserve. So I'm going to vote no on the 2% with no retroactive, because not because I don't want you to get the 2%, but because I want you to get the 3%, and I want you to get the 3% for last year too. Thank you.
Councilor Walton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Councilor Hockman. I agree a lot with the sentiment that you have, and certainly appreciate all the hard work of all of our colleagues here at City Hall and beyond. I just, for a point of clarity, the 3, 3, and 3 is off the table. So we're, under our purview, is just to vote for what's in front of us currently. Is that correct? Just for clarification.
Councilor, the council can amend this ordinance in any way we see fit.
Got it. Thank you. Given the request from the mayor, I'm going to be in favor of this at the 2%. I understand that our employees here were under the impression that they were going to have a retro as well, but at the request of the mayor, I'll honor that request at 2%. I understand there's a lot of financial challenges that are outside of our control, but the reality is that we're all trying to deal with them. I don't think anybody's happy with where we are here, and we're all trying to do the best we can to tighten the belts as best we can, and appreciate all the hard work from all of our employees here, and we'll definitely be in favor of the 2%. Thank you.
Councilor Corriveau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wholeheartedly agree with my colleagues. I don't think there's anyone on this council that doesn't appreciate all the work that the city workers do, union or not. I know I certainly do. It's a very difficult choice to make. I think you all deserve your retroactive raises, without a doubt, and I will support that. But I worry that there's some mixed messaging going on here. When we get in front of, the voters and the residents, we're desperate, we're in hard times, we need to raise rates, we need to implement fees. When it's time for raises, we have the money there. I don't think that that's a consistent message. I think it's either, we're in hard times or we're not, and I think we need to buckle down. We were told that if we didn't implement the trash fee that we might have to cut police and fire. I don't think that's a fair message. So I'm not going to be supporting the 2% raise. I appreciate all the hard work that the city workers do. I just don't think it's the right thing right now.
Councilor Rossignol.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I appreciate you, Mr. Mayor, in coming forward with a modification of your original idea of 3, 3, and 3. It is difficult times right now. Your original proposal was for a 3% raise, and you backed off on that and said a 2% is a good compromise for where we are positionally and financially. to Councilor Crebo's point, we are asking the ordinance employees to basically take a little bit of a pay cut because they were expecting a 3% and now it's going to be a 2%. We are in difficult times, and to Councilor Hockman's point, I completely agree with you. The state has, in my opinion, not done what they need to do and satisfy what cities and towns need financially. But we can't change that, unfortunately. This is the hand we're dealt, so we're making the best of it. I work in healthcare. I haven't seen a raise in 2 years. That's just the way it is. So I appreciate the mayor coming before us. I appreciate you bringing the 2%. I appreciate all the employees, whether they're union, non-union, ordinance. So I will be supporting the mayor's proposal. And to Councilor Manning Martin's point, when the time is right, I completely agree with you, and I will be supporting that as well. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
Thank you, Councilor Rosendahl. Are there any other councilors? Councilor Gamache.
Yes, thank you. I want to thank the mayor for making that difficult decision. Not that I agree with it. I think that the 3, 3, and 3 was, well, at least 3 of it was promised from last year, and I think that the retro should have gone through. But in stating that, our administrators are basically on an island. They have nobody to negotiate for them. It's not like the unions where you get 15 unions and they sit down and they bargain and they banter and they come up with a contract. You people don't have a contract. You have an ordinance. And I believe it's the city council's position and job to see if that 2% or whatever percent the mayor gives us for the ordinance raises is adequate. 2% to me is not adequate. But in today's times, 2% is something that I think we can all agree on. And I admire each and every one of the administrators, every one of the part-time positions that we have. They do a good job, they're accountable, and they treat the public the way it should be treated. So I will support the 2%, although I wish it was more than that, but we've got a budget that we're going to have to cut, or we're assuming we're going to cut this evening. So I have no problem in moving to adopt this ordinance if there's no other questions from the council.
I believe we do have other
Okay.
comments. Thank you, Councilor Gamache. Councilor Turco.
Thank you for coming back to me, Councilor. I just wanted to say that this was my fear at this meeting. We've done this before. We have, I think like most of us, we go back to 2025, 2026. We watched the budget hearings from the past. I even went back just so I could see Councilor Gravel's speeches my first year on the council in 2016. And I tell everybody, it was a great 10 years. I've been on the council 10 years, and we had opera money, we had ESSER money, the state grant funding was coming in. Things were pretty decent. They're not decent anymore. And I understand, we could point the finger at the state, we could point the fingers back at us, we could, whichever way you want to look at it, it's fine with me. But it was my fear that we were going to come here today and start to argue back and forth about, and this is no offense to Councilor Hockman and Councilor Latoff, but I might have made those statements in my first year, but we have to look at the long-term picture here, right? We're trying to correct a problem, right? We know that we have an issue. We have a financial issue that is not horrible right now. It's fixable. We can fix it. We can save jobs. And I think that's the ultimate goal, is to keep everybody in this room employed, not worry about layoffs or, anything else, prolong a possible tax override. That's what we're trying to do here. So no, do I really want to forego a raise for somebody and take back a promise that, essentially a promise that was made last year? I don't, but I don't want to do any of this. And we have to do this. So I looked at last year and I spoke for probably 20 minutes about, potential Prop 2.5 overrides and the lack of excess tax levy, and went right. You know what we did? We did nothing last year. We cut $80,000 off the budget. It did nothing to help us, right? And if we had done something last year, we wouldn't be in the position that we're in right now, having to act doubly, for lack of a better term. And again, I look back at 2025, and we did nothing, right? And we talked about it. We talked about the economy. We talked about things going backwards. We talked about the health insurance. Everything on the mayor's whiteboard right here was on there in 2024, 2025, and 2026. So we knew it, and we didn't do anything. And here we are, and you know, I'll be the bad guy. I'm cutting. I'm cutting what I can cut. I'm not, you know, I'll support the 2% raise. I don't support going backwards 3%, not because I don't think all these people do a tremendous job. I think they know that I respect them, but I think they also know that we're trying to correct a long-term problem for this city, and that's all I'm here to do. So I think we can be here for 6-7 hours tonight going back and forth. The ultimate goal is to save everybody in this room, and if you just keep that in your mind, then I think we'll be able to do that. I'm being optimistic with this. I think we're looking at a bad year next year. We're probably looking at a third, not so bad, not so good year. And then down the road, I think things start to get better. And if we could just weather the storm, and we have to make some cuts to weather the storm. So, we can go round and round on it all night long about saving this job. And that's what we did last year. We did the same thing. Anybody that watched that meeting, we talked about potential cuts, and we cut, again, through you to Councilor Peach, 80,000, was it?
About that, yes.
About $80,000. It did nothing for us, so we need to do something this year. And sorry, I'm not trying to lecture anybody. I've been doing this a long time now, and I've made all these, feel-good, statements that, I want to give everybody 3%. We're not at that time, and I can't do it. So the 2% is the best I'm going to do it. I'll support the ordinance as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Daigle.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I'm not going to rehash everything. I don't disagree with anything that any of our councilors have said, but I think I 100% agree with Councilor Turco, and it's a compromise. If we didn't just go up on trash fees, I think this would have been a different conversation, but it's hard to apply those fees to the residents and to Councilor Corvo's point, and then issue this. So I think we just had to adjust things, and just everyone's got to kind of take a cut across the board. It's not easy. I love every employee here. Thank you all for your service. And times will get better eventually if we all work together. So I will support what's before us. I know the mayor probably has the hardest job trying to negotiate all of this. I appreciate that effort. So I am supportive of what's before us. Thank you.
Councilor Hockman.
Madam Chair, thank you again for coming back to me. I appreciate the history, and I appreciate the conversation, and I appreciate all the councilors' thoughts on this. I know this isn't easy, and I hear the word compromise. I hear the word promise. Promise made is a promise kept, and then we want to compromise. I don't know how a compromise from 2% for last year that was in the budget that people relied on to 0 is a compromise. And I realize, Mr. Mayor, that this is a difficult proposition to put forward. If we put forward some retro, 1%, 1.5%, with a 2% for this year, that's something I can at least support. But compromise isn't from 2% to 0%. That's not compromise in my world. So if I get what Councilor Turco's doing. This isn't my first budget. I've done this 16 years on the school committee, and I realize it's a different animal, but we also have non-union personnel in the school department, and we treated them I think for every year that I was there, or at least that I can recall, the same way we treated union employees. And I don't want to get back into that argument, but if we want to talk about compromise and providing the city with some relief, because that's where we are financially, I could support 1 or 1.5% retro with 2% moving forward. Sorry, you didn't recognize anyone else yet. And I understand that Councilor Gamache's point. These non-union employees, we're the negotiators, right? We're here negotiating, and that's, I think, part of our function. And I realize that times are tough, but thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Ladoff.
Thank you for coming back to me. I just wanted to share again, like, I've the utmost respect for everyone who works here, and you've always been fabulous. And we're talking about compromise, Mr. Hockman, I completely agree with you. I think there should be a compromise. I feel that our employees work so hard and a promise was made to them, and just how we're all struggling, they counted on that this year and they've been waiting. So I think if there's some degree that we can do 1.5, it's a compromise. These are the same people who need to pay for daycare, camp, food, heating, the same struggles we're all facing. So I just have a lot of respect for that, and I would like to honor a promise that was made. So I appreciate the compromise, and that's something I would support.
Councilor Higgins.
Thank you. I can't disagree with anything that's already been said on either side of the issue. Strong arguments have been made. In my line of work in the private sector, when times are tough, this is the kind of stuff we have to consider. Cuts, pay raises being delayed, deferred, what have you. In this case, this is not the private sector. This is the public sector. And I feel for all these, looking at all these ordinance positions that are before us, looking for increases, and there's ranges of pay, all over the place. And 2% of a big number and 2% of a small number hits different, and it hits each and every one of these individuals hard. However, having watched my father and my father-in-law grow up working in a union environment similar to Councilor Turco's, they took a 0%. And that was when they all looked around the room and they said, we all want to keep each other employed. That's what they were faced with. And that's what they did. They took it. It's not a desirable thing to be facing. I don't like the thoughts of a 0% raise for anybody. However, it is a compromise. And I think this is considering what we just did last week and 2 weeks ago, we also have to look out for our residents. We're looking out for our senior citizen residents and the hit that they're taking. They're going to take it pretty hard, as we all know. We've all been contacted, and they're not exactly happy. But when I look at the whiteboard and I see that huge number that the city was hit with for increases in expenses, it put us in an unexpected, I wouldn't say totally unexpected, but fairly unexpected hole. And now we're going to be facing that next year. Maybe. We'll see. We don't 100% know what next year is going to bring. Could be worse, could be a little better. However, I feel that this is a best compromise for our residents as well. And definitely feel the sentiment of making promises if people were told they were going to get a 3% raise and it's going to be 0 for 26. That's hurtful, and I don't like it, but it's going to fall upon us as a council and as a city in general as a whole that we have to, in the private sector, you can dig your way out by selling more product. But in this situation, in the government public sector, you can't sell your way out of this. And the way out of this is not easy. We have a lot of work to do in this council and as a city to try to prepare the city in such a way to make it desirable for new businesses to grow our revenue. And we have to do it in a delicate manner. It can't be in such a way that people are unable to travel through the city in less than an hour. I mean, over an hour. We can't increase traffic. But we do have to look hard at the properties we have available, the open spaces that we have available, and we have to make those properties desirable with how we do our zoning. And that's going to be coming up in this next year or 2 or 3. So, it's a very difficult decision, but for me, I think this is the best compromise, and I'm also more than happy to see any increase as a counselor stipend or payment to be 0 for myself. I'd be happy to see that rescinded. But I'll be in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Are there any other councilors who'd like to comment? Councilor Ladoff.
To the finance director, could you like add a dollar value when we talk about the retro, like for if that was 1% or 1.5%, what would that equate to?
I can't really give you that number off the top of my head. I know that this reduction saves 25,000, and that's a 1% reduction. So there it is, right there.
Mr. Mayor, did you want to comment?
And if I may say, I appreciate, Counselor, you looking for opportunities to compromise. I had to bring forward to, I believe, save jobs and to keep services and programs together, a trash fee, which I know would make me very unpopular and it would be a very hard vote for all the counselors here. 8 voted for it, and I'm very grateful that they stood by protected jobs, protected services, and they've taken a lot of heat for it. And I've tried to make sure that that heat gets directed to me, because ultimately I'm the one that brought it forward. Never once at that meeting, Counselor, did you mention a compromise to try and figure out a way on the trash fee or on the water and sewer increase. I would have loved to have that discussion and maybe work that out. You know, that would have been a way to save jobs and save opportunities for our programs and services to continue what we need. I never said that there was police and fire would lose jobs if we did not do the trash fee. That's incorrect. I said that there would have to be major cuts. I did not specify any particular departments. So I wanted to make sure that was very clear. We're going to have a discussion about police and fire coming up, but I never said that if we didn't get the trash fee that there would be police and fire cuts. I said that there would have to be cuts across the board. You know, I would have loved to have had those discussions with you, Counselor, and I appreciate you now saying we should look backwards and try to make things right. That was an opportunity to make things right.
Councilor Latal.
Through the chair to the mayor, that wasn't myself that just said that to you. That was another counselor. I'm talking about compromise now. If we want to revisit trash, we can revisit that. But I did try to mention a compromise that night, and it didn't seem to fly. I was pushing it back, saying, could we lower something? And it just wasn't progressing. So I did toss something out there that night. It wasn't received. So. But I never mentioned, nothing came out of my mouth of cutting fire or police. So I just wanted to clarify that did not come from me.
That specifically was not you, correct?
Okay.
Councilor Walton.
I'll keep this very brief. I think a lot of the frustration is that we mentioned and told employees that they were going to get a raise last year and they didn't. I don't think we should go back on the retro for all the reasons that we've discussed tonight and the saving of money and the need to do so. I would say that we should treat this as a cautionary tale, though, when we vote for a 2% increase, that we actually do it. We don't defer a raise. We vote the budget in, we substantiate it, we have the money there, and we pay it out. It's not a good situation for us to be in. I feel like a lot of us feel unfair, myself included, that so many hardworking employees got stiffed on 2% that they were owed last year, or 3% that they were owed last year. So I'm not looking backwards, looking forward. I would just encourage when we vote on this that we actually get the money out and we don't make these employees wait for it any longer. Thanks.
Thank you, Counselor. Are there any other counselors? Seeing none, there's a lot of differing opinions that occurred tonight, but I think we can all agree, we kind of all agree with all of them. I would love to give everybody a raise. I would love to be able to go back and do the 2%. I actually reached out to the finance director because I was trying to find when did we vote on the 2% ordinance change, and I couldn't find it. Because it is something we do, Councilor Welton, as you said, we do at the same time, and we didn't. We held it to see what the union negotiations would be. And I do think that's a cautionary tale. We shouldn't do that. We should act, because then we find ourselves in these positions where we're looking to move forward from FY26. We need those funds to balance out other things in our budget. And this would roll into an increased 2027 budget that's not sustainable. I appreciate the mayor going back after hearing that from residents and from councilors that a 333 probably would not pass this floor, and I know some counselors would have voted for it. I wasn't one of them. I'll be public with that. So I do appreciate that we're taking this year by year. It's unfortunate, to do no retro for 2026, but I do appreciate that we're looking at 2027, and as Councilor Turco committed, I'll commit the same as things get better, which I do think they will get better in the next, I'd say, 2 fiscal years. We're looking at an improvement in our city finances. I would be willing to make that up to our ordinance employees with a higher than typical increase for taking the 0 this year. With that, I will support this. Are there any motions from the floor? Councilor Gamache.
Yes, through you to the city clerk, to ordinance this, do I have to read just the positions, or do I just go to the Section A, Section B, Section 2, and Section 3, without naming all the jobs that this is? If I have to, I will, but I'm asking for direction.
The clerk is saying you can just read the major sections.
Okay.
We don't, and the motion can be to adopt and
Yes.
advertise the ordinance as presented
submitted.
in this communication dated June 11th.
Thank you. At this time, I move an ordinance, Section 18-20, entitled Schedule of Compensation for Part-Time Positions, and Section 18-21, entitled Rates of Compensation for Full-Time Position Not Subject to Collective Bargaining. Be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Peabody as follows. Section 1, the ordinance establishing compensation and classification plan is hereby amended as follows. The Code of the City of Peabody is adopted January 23, 1969, and amended is hereby further amended by deleting Sections 18-20 and 18-21, the ordinance establishing a compensation classification plan. A new division, 6, compensation under Article 5, officers and employees of the Code of the City of Peabody, Massachusetts, effective May 1st, 2024, shall be established with Sections 2-250, rates of compensation for full-time positions not subject to collective bargaining, and Sections 2-250.1, rates of compensation for part-time positions not subject to the collective bargaining. A, Section 2-250-1, entitled Scheduled Compensation for Part-Time Positions Not Subject to Collective Bargaining, is hereby established by inserting the upper limit of the annual compensation for fiscal year 2026-2027. Section B, item B, Section 2-250, entitled Schedule of Compensation for Full-Time Positions Not Subjected to Collective Bargaining, is hereby established by inserting of the upper limit of annual compensation for FY 2026 and FY 2028. And Section 2, all ordinance or parts of ordinance inconsistent therewith are hereby repealed. Section 3, this ordinance shall take effect as of the first pay date in July of 2026. Move to approve this as advertised, as submitted. So moved.
Thank you, Councilor Gamache. Just one housekeeping thing. In Section B, there was an error in the communication to us. It says FY 2028. Can you just amend your to 2027?
I'll amend that, Section B, 2-250, for FY 2026 to FY 2027. So moved.
Thank you, Councilor. You've heard the motion. Is there any discussion on the motion? Councilor Turco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Councilor Gamache. Council, would you be willing to amend that, also reduce, eliminating the business liaison position from the ordinance? I believe we're later going to do away with that stipend for that position, and the position itself hasn't been filled in, I think, 3 years anyway. So I would like to remove it from the ordinance if we want to revisit that at a later date. But to your point, Councilor Peach, I'd just like to save on the advertising later on if I think we know that we're getting rid of that. So.
Any discussion? Councilor Gamache, are you open to that?
I would amend that motion that we delete business liaison from the ordinance. So moved.
Councilor Manning Martin.
Thank you. I certainly support that amendment. I just have some questions about, there are 23 asterisk positions, and the asterisk is indicating that it's a position addition. So are these 23 new positions that are being added into the ordinance?
Counselor, I think that's a typo on here. These are positions that are not changing amounts, so they have no increase to them.
Yeah,
On an earlier communication, that did not say position additions.
Yeah, I'm certainly not bringing forward any new ordinance positions. Those are positions that are not filled at the time that I didn't think needed the 2% increase.
You get it. Okay, so could you explain what the position, because it's the same document in late 1 and late 3, and they're all indicated as position additions. So just in particular, like the Museum Visitor Experience Associate and Program Manager, the Museum Community Engagement Manager, an archivist, Museum Education and Program Manager, formerly the Children's Museum Assistant Director. And there's a bunch others, but they don't seem to be out of the ordinary or have any rare title. There's a business liaison that Councilor Turco already picked up. The Director of Healthy Peabody Collaborative is asterisked. An Enterprise Fund Manager, is that new? An Assistant Director of Small Cities, and these are $98,000 positions. $99,000 position for the Assistant Director of Small Cities. These seem to be kind of foreign titles, at least to me, in the ordinance, and they're indicated as asterisked as a position addition. So that is what is raising my curiosity about all of those positions.
Again, those positions are not filled. They're not in the operating budget. Some of those positions have never been filled that I'm aware of. Small Cities Director, Enterprise Fund Manager. Those have never been funded. I've never had anybody in those roles as long as I've been mayor, and I would venture to guess long before that. So those have just been part of the ordinance. They have been in every ordinance request that I brought forward every couple of years. Those same positions are in there, besides maybe the Children's Museum positions, which I can certainly speak to, and I will be speaking to that in the budget coming up. But those are not positions that anybody is in. I'm not asking for increases on those. Those would stay salaries where they're at. If you want to eliminate small cities, I don't object to that. Those are, but those are positions that have been in the budget. I am not adding one single position to the budget.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is the, again, we have a late 1 and a late 2. So the ordinance proposal listing all these positions. I question why, if we have not filled them in years, why we would keep adding them to our ordinance instead of cleaning it up and eliminating them, and therefore not having unfilled positions, whether they're a zero line item or fully funded, but we're not filling them. Why would we not clean up our ordinance, since it's coming to us, and all these positions have been in there but not filled? To me, it just doesn't, the opportunity to clean things up and update things seems to be annually passing us by. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Well, it's been in front of you every 3 years. That can always be reviewed. It's the council prerogative to remove ordinance positions if you so choose, but those same ordinance positions have been in the budget for years and years and years and years.
Yes, and I heard you the first time, and thank you. I would think that if we should not be carrying, and maybe I was probably focused on other issues on different years. I've been here a long time too. So if I'm only raising it now, I'm raising it now, and I would think that it doesn't make any sense for us to continue to put forward an ordinance where we list jobs that are at $100,000 a year, and we're not filling them. But I will be looking for them specifically by name, by title, moving forward in the budget to see where they are, if they are line items that are unfilled but budgeted at $99,000. I will look for that this year. Thank you, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor. The motion on the floor is by Councilor Gamache to adopt the ordinance in front of us and advertise with the elimination of the business liaison. Are there any other questions, comments, amendments to the motion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Councilors Daigle.
Yes.
Gamache.
Yes.
Parkman.
No.
Turco. Manning Martin.
No.
Welton.
Yes.
Rozignol.
Yes.
Ladoff.
Yes.
Corriveau.
No.
Peach.
Yes.
Higgins.
Yes.
Motion carries 8-3.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moving on, the next item on our agenda. We're just going to keep going. Is the overview of the FY27 operating budget, the presentation by the mayor and finance director. We'll give them a second to pull that up, and the mayor can begin with his presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, councilors. I am pleased to present for your consideration the fiscal year 2027 operating budget for the city of Peabody. Tonight, I will be focusing solely on the city side, as we will be taking up our school budget Thursday evening. I want to thank our finance director, Mike Gingras, and our city auditor, Mary Martin, for their many hours of hard work in helping me prepare this budget. Over the past few months, we have worked with our department heads who are here tonight and school officials who will join us Thursday night to produce a balanced budget which delivers the municipal services our residents and business owners expect, maintain the affordability and quality of life for Peabody residents, and supports continued economic growth. Tonight, I propose a FY 2027 budget of $217,335,439. This amount represents an increase of $9,467,000 over FY 2026. There's been a lot of, I believe, misinformation, false narratives, and rumors out there that I hope we're able to kind of correct today and get real information out. I'm going to speak to the budget drivers. I'm not going to do the full presentation that I've done in the past with the board, but I did want to point out some items and talk about each of them because it impacts all of us. Certainly the budget driver is health insurance, and you've heard me speak to health insurance quite a bit. This year, we went up 11.1% after last year going up 14.9%. And the increase in the budget would have been over 19% if Blue Cross Blue Shield did not do away with the GLP-1 weight loss drugs. If those were still in the budget, we would have been looking at a health insurance increase of over 19%, which would have been just a crippling blow to any city and school budget. I've been asked this question a lot, and I want to hit this head on because I think people just think that we can go right ahead and force employees in the city to pay for their own health insurance. That's not how it works. Health insurance is a requirement under state law. Municipalities, cities, and towns, or any full-time employee are required to pay health insurance for any full-time employee. I've gotten calls, seen emails saying that our employees don't deserve health insurance, make them pay their health insurance, make them pay half of their health insurance. That's not how it works. We negotiate with the Peabody Public Employees Coalition, which is made up of all the union presidents in our city. We sit down every 1 year, 2 years, or 3 years, depending on the length of the contract, and negotiate an extension. In years past, we have gone to other providers. We've gone from Blue Cross Blue Shield to the GIC. The State Commission, we've gone back to Blue Cross Blue Shield. We've been able to work out percentage changes, design changes. I want to commend and thank the union presidents. Some of them are here today. We met over the winter into the fall, into the spring, to come up with something that is reasonable that would help save jobs, programs, and services. The original number of what the health insurance increase was at 11.1% was $6.2 million. Through negotiations with our union leaders, we were able to reduce that to $4.1 million. So right off the bat, that's a $4.1 million increase to any budget. Next is salaries, and I have them listed here as school salary and also city salary. Those are the contracts that we made with our unions. On the school side, as you'll see in the budget coming up, they have steps and lanes. There also have been some steps that we've added to our city budgets as well to reward longtime employees, promote stability within our system, and try to make it work for the different departments. That's approximately $4 million increase. This year's increase to Essex Tech, the school, is $1.3 million. I'm going to harp on this again. This is an 18% increase in our Essex Tech budget. 18%. This year, you'll be receiving or reviewing our school budget on the city side, and our school budget is 2.9% increase. Essex Tech is 18% increase. By far the most we've ever received. It's a number that we just get a bill from. The bill has to get paid. In fact, we don't even pay it. The money is taken out of our Chapter 70 money and goes right to Essex Tech. $1.3 million. And that's one of the reasons that we need a new high school that offers CTE programs, hands-on programs, to keep some of our students here rather than paying $17,000 per student to go to Essex Tech. But again, $1.3 million, that's a significant increase. Next is our debt service. $298,000 is actually a moderate increase over the last year. Some of our debt is starting to come off our books. I know we'll be reviewing that shortly from the Higgins Middle School. We've been trying to time it appropriately where debt is coming off for the Higgins Middle School as the debt for the potential high school comes on the books. The high school certainly is going to be more than the Higgins Middle School was, but a lot of the debt of the Higgins will be coming off as any new debt would be coming on for the high school. And that's what we've been working on and preparing for. Next is the retirement, $606,000. That's just our obligation that we pay into the state retirement system. It goes up probably about $500,000-$600,000 every year to pay our retirement for our city employees who've earned their retirement from the years of service in the city of Peabody. Liability insurance, that is for all of our assets. We have obviously buildings and vehicles. We have professional liability insurance. Motor vehicle insurance in case of accidents. All of that goes up every year. This year, $185,000 over last year. And then the trash and recycling, which we certainly spoke about last week, an increase of $648,000, which was created by prevailing wage during the strike, the trash strike. The settlement increased prevailing wage to the workers considerably. So those are the budget drivers, and I put down the number at the bottom, $11.137 million. That's how much all of that costs. What we then went forward to try to is reduce that number. And what you have in front of you is $9.43 million of an increase. So we cut off basically $1.8 million to work that I'm going to speak to in a moment, and that Mike will speak to during his presentation. But we took it real serious. I think there was some real merit to what Councilor Turco said. I do believe as a city we really dug in deep to try to find opportunities, to make some tough decisions, to make some reductions where we could, and I'm going to speak to a few of those now. The North Shore Children's Museum, that is no longer a part of the city budget. That has been removed from the city budget. It is not being funded at all by taxpayer dollars. It is being funded through the money they take in, $300,000 approximately they bring in to fund, I believe, the $495,000 department budget. That $195,000 is going to be paid through a grant. The Community Development Authority voted to support that. And because it fits in with their mission of providing stability and promoting the downtown marketing. There's a great benefit to the businesses downtown through the Children's Museum, people going to the museum. So there is not one penny, we're not asking for $1 from this city council for the funding of the Children's Museum. And that includes 2 full-time employees that get their health insurance that will be paid outside of the city budget. So that was about a $200,000 reduction to the city budget right off the bat. Between the city and schools, you'll hear from the schools certainly coming up on Thursday, we cut about 20 positions in the city. And a lot of those were very difficult cuts because, quite frankly, I think a number of departments in our city are operating on skeleton crews now, and we're doing more with less. There's a lot on our department. Morale at times suffers because more and more work is being thrust upon people because we have less workers. I can tell you I have the 2012 budget here. There are less employees working in City Hall than back in 2012. We've been able to make reductions over the years, but they also have caused some real concern, and it's put more on all of our employees, and that's something that's just something we're dealing with. But we've been able to make cuts in full-time positions, part-time positions, tried to spread it around evenly across the board to make that work for everybody as best we could. So one department didn't bear the brunt of it, but all departments have been having some decreases moving forward. Some of those positions that have been cut, a full-time clerk position in the treasurer and purchasing office, that position has been cut. The veterans clerk position has been cut, another full-time position. The Board of Appeals clerk has been cut. The cemetery laborer position has been cut. And a recreation manager position has been cut as well, and a laborer position from DPW. I want to speak to a moment about the recreation manager position. We've had a change in leadership in the Park and Rec department. Jackie Ciardi had been a former assistant manager. Now she's the interim director and is doing a terrific job under some difficult circumstances. The former director was making $125,000. Right now, the interim director is making $100,000. So there's been a reduction of $25,000 in the pay for the Park and Rec director. There were 2 recreation assistant managers. Bless you. There were 2 assistant recreation managers. Jackie Ciardi was one of them. She, as I said, has been moved up to the interim director. There was another position or another person that occupied that position. That person has been let go. So right now we do not have an assistant manager. I don't think we need 2, but I am proposing that we have 1 assistant manager position. The reduction in salary would be from $75,000, in which there were 2 of the assistant manager's position. Now there would be 1 at $65,000. So between the reduction in the salary for the Park and Rec director, the reduction of a position as the assistant recreation manager, and then a savings for health insurance, that's approximately a savings of $135,000. For every position full-time that we cut, that's a reduction of about $25,000, give or take, for health insurance. So whenever we reduce a position, you can always add in another $25,000 for health insurance. So we made those savings, as well as reductions in the hours of the health clerks, reduction in part-time library wages. There is going to be some delays in some hiring for Peabody Police and Peabody Fire Departments based on retirements. We're tying that in with retirements. And I'm happy to meet with the Police Department and Fire Department leadership. We can meet next week, later this week, to review. I think there's some information out there that I want to make sure is very clear, that I need to make sure that those levels of firefighters and police officers stay the same. One thing I did want to note, since we have a number of firefighters here, in the 2012 budget, there were 102 firefighters listed. Now we have 113 firefighters. So this council and my office, I believe, have made a significant investment in the fire department because we needed more firefighters. We now have the 3-man companies, whereas before we had 2-man companies. We did go up over the years to get our numbers up to 113 firefighters. and I'm proud of that, and I think that was the right investment to make as a community. Thought I'd mention that now as I was reviewing the 2012 budget. There were a lot of eye-opening things in that budget, and that was one of them. I didn't realize that we've added well over 10% to the ranks of the Peabody Fire Department. And that was helped with some advocacy from union leadership and the chiefs, and I feel good about that. But with these hires, certainly, I'm worried about the staffing levels and the additional burden that's going to be placed on all of our employees. We are working on skeleton crews as of now, but we are cognizant of current economic conditions and trying to tighten our belts as a city wherever we can. You may recall last year we reduced the CIP factor from 175, which is the maximum CIP factor that a community can go to. That's shifting between businesses and residential. That was going to, at the time we advocated and was supported by the council, will provide us some flexibility as we take up the tax classification again next year. We have the ability to shift that number depending on where we stand. And depending on that decision that we make as a city, and that decision won't be made till December, and on how the residential and commercial growth takes place over the next several months, and the decisions that we make tonight, we would be looking at a tax increase for somewhere between $100 and $200. Now, I don't want to be disingenuous because certainly we have a tax trash fee now that has been added, and it's $200 for a resident, but I want to make sure it's very clear because I've had a number of calls and I have information going out on this shortly. Anybody over 65, any veteran, anybody with a disability, they're $100, and I want to make sure that's very clear. But in terms of a tax increase this year, we'll be looking at, again, based on decisions that we make tonight, tax classification decisions that we make in December, and on just how our growth looks in terms of commercial versus residential, we'd be looking at somewhere between $100 and $200, depending on a number of factors. I want to be clear with the narrative that's been created by some that our financial stability in the city is spiraling out of control. That is far from the case. Every year for the last 15 years, we have presented balanced budgets. We will be doing the same again. We are still among the very lowest in Essex County, and I would say even the state, in terms of real estate taxes. Looking at the 2012 book, the city of Peabody was in the bottom 5. We're back in that bottom 5, and we have been every step of the way. I want to make sure the city is affordable for people, but I need to make sure that our services continue and that there's supports wherever we can for the different departments. But if you combine our real estate tax here in the city of Peabody with the water and sewer and electrical, a couple years back we were the second lowest of the 351 cities and towns in Massachusetts. And I didn't look it up, I meant to today, but I got tied up on some other things. I would venture to say that we're going to be in that very bottom again in terms of overall utility bills and real estate bills for the city of Peabody. That will continue. That work is continuing. We do have some budget concerns. We are reducing our excess levy capacity to stay up with some of these increases, health insurance. We are receiving less money from the state. That's just how it is. But we need to make sure that we're doing our work, our due diligence, and making some of these tough decisions. I look forward to the debate, the discussion, as we try to work this out and make it work for our community as best we can. Mr. Gingras, I'm going to turn it over to him for the presentation. I'll certainly be here to answer any questions as best I can. But the city of Peabody does many things well. We've got some issues we have to work out, like every city in town. If you look around at all the cities and towns around, there's budgets that are being voted down. There's significant reductions across the board. Peabody is not immune to that. We are certainly not on an island. Every city and town is dealing with what we're dealing with. But I do feel like over the years, we have done some things appropriately, and that's going to continue. But there's a lot of work ahead of us. So, Madam President, happy to answer any questions at this time, or we can go to Mr. Gingras for his presentation, whatever you think best.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we'd go to Mr. Gingras' presentation, and then we can take public comment, and then comment from the council. Thank you.
Next slide. So tonight we're going to look at the city budget first and then the enterprise budgets. Right now we'll go to the next slide. And this is the city side budget with the primary drivers outlined on this bar chart. It's a $5.3 million increase. The largest one, of course, is employee benefits at $2.7 million. Payroll at $1.3 million. The professional services, which is sort of outside services, and the trash fees included in that. And also the debt service up slightly at $297,000. Next slide. This next slide combines the city and school together. And the fiscal city and school budgets increased by $9.4 million. Education increased $4.1 million. The employee benefits at $2.8. Public Works and Public Safety just over $900,000. Debt service at $297,000. Then we declined down to general government, human services, and a slight decline in culture and recreation, which the mayor had alluded to earlier, has to do with the adjustments at the Parks and Rec. This is a pie chart. Look at our overall budget, where 50% of every dollar is going to be spent on education, 18% on employee benefits, 13% on public safety, 7% public works, 5% debt service, and so on. This is almost the exact percentage breakout as last year. The only difference is education was 49% and the employee benefits was 17%. We're going to look at the budget in detail now. We're going to compare the proposed 2027 to the FY26. Line 1, the school budget went from $99,050,000 to $101,900,000, a change of $2.9 million. As the mayor alluded to earlier, the vocational school assessment increased from 6.9 to 8.1, almost a $1.3 million increase. And the city budget itself increases from 101.9 to 107.1 at 5.280. The total budget increase is $9.4 million. The other thing we look at is the state and county assessments, other amounts that we have to raise. We're increasing from 5.9 to 7.1, and this is at the Senate version of the budget. That's a $1.2 million increase in direct costs from the state. Last year, we had a subsidy from Water Enterprise. Hopefully that we won't have that this year. And with the abatements staying the same. So the total other amounts increases just over $950,000. The gross amount to be raised between the budget at 9.4 and the other amounts to be raised at $952,000 gets us at $10.4 million. So this slide tells us, all right, how are we going to pay for this budget increase? And these are the sources of revenue. We're going to offset debt service by proposing to sell 2 parcels of land. We should get in about $500,000, possibly more. The available revenues from our parking fund, $65,000. Available revenues from the CDA for the Children's Museum, $200,000. Maintaining the same in a school revolving fund at $180,000. That's covering 2 custodians and benefits. Put in $2.4 million for the trash fee. State aid at 51 million, which is up 2.1 million, but on the previous page, you can see we were assessed additional charges. Local revenues are staying stable at 23.7 million, and the indirect costs from our enterprise fund are up just slightly. The tax levy will fill out the rest of the amount needed. We're going to go from 142.1 million to 147.1, which is 4.9 million increase in our tax levy. Now that compares to last year where we went up 11.6 million. So we'd make a dramatic reduction. From there, it's $6.7 million less. And even if you take out the trash fee, it's $4.3 million less. This slide outlines our local revenues. They have been staying fairly consistent. A couple of the leading bright spots are motor vehicle excise at 10.1 million proposed. Landfill revenues have gone up. A lot of activity at the landfill for the scale fees. And our license and permits, all of this in the far right column at 3 million, is staying very stable. So at this juncture, we're looking at 23.775 million as local receipts. As we close out the year, we'll take a deeper dive at this, look at how we close out, and these could change and actually increase some depending how we finish out the year. As I talked about earlier, the state aid in the far right column, there's different aspects of state aid to total the 51 million. However, the state assessments went up to 6.6 million. So state aid net of assessments is 44.3 million, which is up 997,000 from the prior year, which is some of it attributed to an increase in the local aid, general government local aid, and some with this education aid. But that compares to last year, we're at 161,000 increase, 1.4 the prior year, and then similar to what Councilor Turco was saying earlier, when we had 4.5 million and then 8 million back just after COVID. This slide breaks out what those state charges are. That's 6.6 million. In the far right column, you can see we're charged 1.4 million for the MBTA, and we're also charged 695,000 for school choice and 4.3 million for charter schools. So we have $5 million that go towards education that's really not indicated in our regular budget. So we're looking at what's going to happen with the increase in taxes, how much tax levy we're going to propose for this year. We're utilizing an estimate of residential value increase of 1.5% and a 0.5% increase in commercial values. These were what the assessors are indicating, as of January 1st of 2026. There's still a lot of work to do that has to be done in terms of working with the state and getting the values certified. And then once we know that, we'll have a better handle on it. But this is trying to be a little bit conservative and having some numbers to work with. The new growth is the next line down, and kept that at the average of about 1.1 million a year. That's been our average for the past 10 years. And if you look in the first column, the actual budget under levy limit, there's 150,272,000. Last year, our actual levy was 142,000,001. That left us with excess levy capacity, which is the amount of money that we didn't tax last year. Was 8.1 million. Going forward to the middle column, the increase in Proposition 2.5 was 4.8 million, so our new levy limit grows to 155.1 million. The proposed budget amount of tax levy is 147.1 million. So that leaves us with a little over 8 million in excess levy capacity. So we're staying stable. We're not dipping this year into our excess levy capacity. Taking a look at what the potential budget impact could be in the tax levy of 147.1 million, utilizing the assumption of a 1.5% increase in residential value and a 0.5% increase in commercial value and a CIP factor of 173. The middle column shows that the average residential tax bill would increase from $6,107 to $6,296, or $189,000 increase. This next slide is designed to just give some possible different scenarios and kind of nailing down a range between $158,000 to $158 or $252 as an increase. If you look at the first three columns below, those are all at a 1.5 increase in residential value and 0.5% increase in commercial value, but they have different CIP factors. We have a 170, a 173, and 175. And when you calculate out the numbers, the 170 equates to $235 tax increase, the 173, the 189 that I presented on the previous page, and if a CIP factor at 175, the change in tax bill would be $158. The next three columns show increases in the residential value of 3%, 4%, and 5%, and the commercial staying at 1%. So there's a gap of 2%, 3%, and 4%, but they're all at the same CIP rate of 173%. And that range goes from 210 to 231 to 252. So depending on how things play out in December, these are the different scenarios that we could be possibly looking at. Now, with the proposed ordinance change that passed earlier, we have another $225,000 reduction that would be built into this. This next slide, I went back and looked at what the city did since the year 2000 in terms of the levy limit and then the actual tax levy. And I compared, and if you look at the total, we had $2.8 billion of amount of money that we could have taxed over that period of time, but we had only taxed 2.571. So there's $243 million that was not taxed during that period of time to the citizens of Peabody. This slide looks at what our reserves are going into this budget. The free cash for FY 2026 was certified at $9.8 million. We used $2.1 million to fund police and fire contracts, $2.350 for snow and ice. I have $150,000 for fire equipment, and I have a proposal coming for Thursday where we use $659,100 to balance out accounts. So that would leave us with $4.6 million in free cash, $4.1 million in stabilization, for a total of $8.7 in reserves, which is very similar to last year, which is the next line, where we had 4.9 in free cash, 3.8 in stabilization, and 8.7 in total. The next slide, the mayor talked about earlier, is what we look like in terms of Essex County. And these are FY 2026 data, and Peabody 6 from the bottom. The average tax for a single-family house in Essex County is $9,779. The average increase is $473. Our projected for 2027 single-family household would be $6,610. So still well in that range of bottom 5, 6 in total in Essex County for a single-family home. So in summary, we had proposed an operating budget of $217,335,439, an increase of $9.4 million or 4.6%. The actual property tax levy to be determined right now was projected at $147.1 million, with local revenues at $23.7 million. Utilizing available revenues from sale of real estate, $500,000, from the CDA, $200,000, parking fees at $65,000, school revolving $180,000, the $51 million from state aid, and that small $76,000 from the water, sewer, and recreation enterprise.
Thank you, Mr. Gingras. Is there anyone in the auditorium from the public who would like to speak on the city operating budget? Seeing none, is there anyone on Zoom who would like to speak? Just raise your hand. Seeing none. Councilors, as I stated before, we will take questions on the mayor's initial comments and presentation and the presentation from the finance director, and then we will move on to the budget book. All right. Any councilors have any questions for the mayor? Councilor Daigle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the mayor, Mr. Gingras. The CDA revenue of $200,000, is that interest earnings?
That's for the children. That is the what I mentioned earlier about the Children's Museum, that they agreed to fund $200,000 of the Children's Museum.
Thank you. I'm asking about the revenue that's listed, not the expense. Okay. Just because I've probably been here way too long, I thought the CDA interest earnings were supposed to go back into the CDA as a revolving per the federal government that gave us the money in the 1970s, but that's probably something to dig deeper into before your time, Mayor. Maybe your time, Mike.
Yeah, so, yeah, the earnings go back into their revolving account, and then they appropriated and voted to fund the Children's Museum at $200,000, so we're taking that in as revenue against their budget.
So essentially, it's a CDA grant from their
Right.
their fund. Okay, it's not revenue from the CDA, or it's interest. Is it a grant from the CDA that was voted on, or is it just interest from repaid loans from the past?
It's a direct grant.
Okay, great, thank you.
Councilor Daigle, you all set? Councilor Turco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mike, while we're on that subject, and Mayor maybe, that's different than a community development block grant, right? So this isn't the same, because I know we have that block grant money. Is that still there? Or
Yes, there's two different funding sources.
Okay, thank you for that. Mike, through you, excuse me, Madam Chair, through you to Mr. Gingrich. Mike, I'm trying to figure out why employee benefits listed on page 3, you listed as an 8% increase, but we talk, and it was 8% at last year's presentation also. So why is it different than what the mayor puts up and what we hear regularly? It's like, I can't read that whiteboard, Mayor. What do you have as an increase?
That particular slide is just the city side and not including the schools.
Right, and you know, I actually looked at that. I wondered the same thing. So that you have 8% or 2.758 million for employee benefits on the city side, but then the very next page you have it combined. That's only $100,000 more. So I'm just confused that this says city and school budget changes, and it says employee benefits 2.88 million, which is still at roughly about 8%, just over 8%. So just wonder why it's kind of contradictory.
All of the education health insurance is in the 4.1, the first column on page 4.
Okay, so you don't have education benefits under benefits, you have it under education?
Yeah, the whole education budget is in one bar.
Okay, all right, thank you. That's why I couldn't figure out why such a difference. Next question. Page 3 and 4. I'm sorry, professional services on that page 3. That's $600,000. Is that the trash, the prevailing wage increase?
Yeah, that's what drove that definitely.
Okay. Yeah. So with that, Mary, we talked all about this prevailing wage increase. I never thought to ask. I don't ever recall voting on or seeing like an increase like this in the past. Is this the first time that they've done a prevailing wage increase since you've been mayor, or have there been others? Because I don't recall seeing one in the last 10 years.
Yeah, I know Mayor Bonfanti had a prevailing wage contract that came up. This was the first time it's come forward to the city, since I've been mayor.
Okay, hopefully the last one for a little while. Purchase of services, Mike. It was only up 0.9% last year, but it's up 5.2% this year. Why the drastic increase, and what does purchase of services entail?
It's a combination of outside services. I'd have to take a deeper dive into that and let you know. I mean, it was a $90,000 increase, equated to the 5.2%, but I'd have to take a deeper dive.
Okay, and yeah, I'm just curious. I mean, like I said, it's a pretty significant increase for purchase of services. So I guess what I'm trying to think here is, are we contracting out more than we typically did in the past? It sounds like outside contracts. Are we seeing more outside contracts than in the past?
Yeah, I don't think we're seeing more. I think we're seeing an escalation in costs. That's all.
Okay.
I think some of that, Counselor, is roadside maintenance, landscaping, outside contracts that we have with providers like that. Those costs have gone up.
Okay, so it's the same services we've always gotten. It's just at a 5% increase. Okay,
yeah,
that makes
so
sense.
that would account for that number.
Okay, and then Mike, I'm going to ask you for another explanation. 10 years, I still don't really. With capital outlay, last year was a 0.3% increase. And this year, a 4.7% increase in capital outlay. So can you give me what that is?
For the most part, those are line items throughout the budget that are for equipment, office equipment, materials and supplies, stuff like that. And again, I'd take a deeper dive. I could get you the exact.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I just, I kind of thought that, obviously it's titled capital, so but, the question is, we do capital budgets all the time, so why is it, I guess wouldn't that be under debt, debt service rather than capital? I don't know, it sounds like we're double counted. We have it listed as a 4.7 in capital outlay, but we also see an increase in debt service. So, and I know we bond out for capital separately, so I'm just kind of looking for an explanation.
Yeah, these are sorry. These are like the normal routine items that we have within our budget every year. And we break it out this way, and we sort of, when we're doing our official statement to do our bonding, we kind of get credit for self-funding some of these purchases. So we try to track it, and there's certain line items with this capital outlay code, and I could give you more information on it.
Mr. Jingis will look deeper into that, Council, but I also think that is technology, investments in IT, that we've made a capital outlay that is in the budget in order to, after the data breach that we had last year, there was some IT that you'll see in the budget. There's been some increases, and I think that is kind of what represents that investment.
Thank you, and so I'll move on from that page, Mike, real quick. Just this page 7, the sale of real estate, the $500,000. We talked about, over the last year, several different parcels. So do we know specifically which parcels that we're discussing on the potential sale of real estate?
I think there's several that we're going to be looking at over the next couple of few years. The ones that we're looking at first would be Stevens Street, which is something that the council voted to move forward with, but because the bids came in so high, it required an additional step that we need to take. So, but also Bow Street is another property that we're looking at, that we looked at some years ago. So I'm kind of factoring in those two that I think would be this year. And then there'll be some other properties, some small, some larger ones that we're going to have a community discussion about. But I feel confident that that number will be met. In fact, I think that's a low number.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Mike, if you go to page 8, license and permit fees, you're up to date as of April 22nd, and then from April 22nd till budget end, June 30th, you have a $700,000 increase in permit fees and licensing. Are we going to actually be able to sustain $350,000 per month for a 2-month period in license and permit fees?
Yeah, I just based that projection on the prior year and the year before that. Again, it was an estimate at the time. I'm hopeful we'll be in that $3 million range anyway.
Okay, just it's a lot of money to assume that we're gonna get. And as far as hotel taxes, it looks like in fiscal 2026. Am I correct? We budgeted 1.6 million, but we wound up taking in almost 2 million in hotel taxes. Am I reading that right?
Yeah, we took in actual 2.3 million in 25. I'm estimating 2 million in 26.
Okay, so the 300. I guess. When is that new hotel going to open? Does anybody? I guess that's a rhetorical question to anybody that wants to answer me. Does anybody know when the new hotel at the mall may open? Because this fiscal year. So, are we accounting for another hotel in the city as far as potential revenue sources?
I haven't yet, but as we close out the year and take a deeper dive at tax rate setting time, and at that point we'll know if the hotel's open, then we can put in a small increase.
Okay, and I promise you 2 more questions. One, new growth. You mentioned somewhere on page 11, you said something about you went with 1.8 million in new growth that we did I mishear you? It's difficult to hear. So I don't see 1.8 million anywhere.
No, 1.1. It's traditionally been what we've averaged over the past 10 years. So I utilize that number for now as a placeholder. Last year's actual was 1.135.
Can you, where is that? That's on,
Page 11.
okay, it's total new growth taxes.
Yeah.
Now, but when you go up to new growth residential, last year we budgeted for 54 million for new growth, and this year it's down 4 million. And you're budgeting for 2027, 50 million in new growth. I'm pretty sure we have a lot of projects on the table this year, so.
Again, this is a placeholder to come in at what our averages have been. And once the values are certified, that'll become an actual number.
All right, and I know you're always conservative, but I guess, you know, I'm pretty confident that the Tishman Spire project's getting built at Centennial, the hotel's going to get finished, we're going to see some construction, the ADUs are online this year, so that's why I wish we weren't as conservative and kind of...
Well, the other piece of this, too, is this is the values as of January of '26. So the next year, those things will start coming on board.
Okay, and then last question. I mentioned this to Councilor Peach earlier today. This is kind of a new phenomenon, if I'm not mistaken, that you present us with like budget options now. You know, well, if this happens, then it's 189, and if that happens, it's 229. I don't recall that prior to COVID being the way that you presented these things. I think this is only like the last 4 or 5 years you've done this, and I don't like it because I'm not a finance guy, and you know, to rely on you to tell me what the numbers are going to be and what the potential taxes. And I think in the first 5 years I was on this council, you've always given us a pretty hard and steadfast number. The mayor used to put it in his letter and say, the potential tax increase for this year is such and such number of dollars. But now, am I incorrect that this is, I think this is only since COVID that you've given like a chart of, you know.
Yeah, I've done ranges because things are so uncertain. There was a time in the past where we had available resources in terms of our reserves that if the values didn't play out right, we could utilize those and still kind of come in at the number. But we're not in that position any longer, so I have to give you a range of variables depending on how things shake out.
Do you think that's the new way that budget's going to be done, with just potential?
I would say yes, because there's so much less certainty than there has been in the past.
Yeah, because I see here, I mean, you have an asterisk next to 189 as your triple asterisk, as a matter of fact, so that's potentially probable where we're going to be. But you also have 158 as a low, 210, 231, 252. So, you know, as a city councilor, when a resident says, you know, what are you looking at for tax increases? I guess my answer could be ballpark 189, but I don't think that's a good answer to give. You know, I kind of like to maybe tighten it up a little bit somehow. Maybe give us 3 choices instead of 5.
Well, I really can't give you a hard number, so I would give you a broader range. You know, it would be from 100 to 250, because I don't really know what it's going to be.
Yeah, like I said though, through to the mayor. Mayor, I believe my first 5 years, you always gave a number. That was the number that you tried to, and usually you came in lower than what you provided as a number. You know, but in your budget letters, you always said this will be the potential tax increase for the next fiscal year, and we only had 1 page of, you know. We didn't have a chart of 5 different choices. So, you know, I get what Mike's saying about, you know, the instability of the economy, but it's just hard for me as a city council to not have a hard number.
Yeah, and that's a good point. Mr. Gingras and Mary Martin have always given me like alternatives, like if it goes this way, it could be this. And I actually thought, you know, I thought it would be helpful transparency to actually just show, okay, well, let's show all the variations that this could be. So I actually asked Mike to do that, whereas before he would give you the 189, and I kind of felt like that number was really up in the air. And then when during our meetings in preparation, he showed a variety of things depending on the CIP factor, depending on really the commercial growth is the key factor, that it is helpful to see, okay, well, it could be anywhere from 158 to 225. I actually think it will come in on the lower end. So I actually thought that that was a help. But it is a good point you make in terms of a specific question to you. But I always thought that that was a good idea to show how things could go in different variations. So that was something that I wanted to move forward with.
Okay, thank you. That's all, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Rossignol.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Most of my questions have already been asked and answered. The one question I do have is payment in lieu of taxes on page 8. You know, fiscal year 2025, we actually got 1.2, and now we're budgeting actually less moving forward. Is there a reason for that?
Yeah, no, I was just being a little conservative. Again, it was only a 100,000 difference. And actually, we lost one temporarily for a year. I think that was 90,000. But that's back online, so it potentially would be at the 1.2 when we do the tax rate.
Yeah, I thought there was a temporary hold on one of the pilots. But I feel good about that 1 point. I feel good about the 1.2. I've learned that Mike likes to be very conservative and wants the money in hand. So I know I've provided some pilots to the council some months back. We did just reach an agreement on a new 3-year contract with Leahy, and that went up 10%. So there has been some increases. I'll get that to the council, the new contract. But certainly those are more and more difficult as well as things tighten up, those pilot agreements.
Thank you. One other question regarding the same topic. Massport owns the land on Route 1. Do we get anything from Massport regarding payment in lieu of taxes for that property?
We don't get payment in lieu of taxes, but we do get a small payment for state-owned land. And it could be included in that. Yeah, I don't have that breakout on here. I'll check that for you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other councilors? Councilor Latoff.
Through the chair to the mayor, I had a question on page 3 in regards to purchases, services, and professional services. You mentioned the cyber attack we had with the computer issues. I wasn't certain if we have cyber insurance since that incident or prior to that incident, because having cyber insurance would cover.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm just not hearing very well.
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, on page 3, in regards to purchase of services and professional services, you had mentioned the number being higher due to like IT and where we had the cyber attack and so forth. I wanted to check and see if we have purchased cyber attack insurance. It is something out there that other communities and cities do, and it helps like offset expenses if there is a cyber attack like incident. It helps with things such as like outside services, additional payroll, and things like that. Don't know if you already did it, thinking of it, not included in this, just wanted to know.
Thank you. Good question. And yes, we do have cyber security as part of our insurance. I mentioned that our insurance went up. I think it was $185,000. That was a piece of it. So there is cyber security coverage within our completely insured portfolio. So yeah.
Is that new this year, or did we have it previously?
We have had it over time as that becomes more and more, has become more and more prevalent. We have added to that.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Any other councilors? Councilor Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Mr. Gingrich. You mentioned on page 10 the tuition assessment, school choice, sending tuition, and charter school sending tuition. Are those net numbers, or are those?
that 5 million is what we get charged.
Right, but we also receive students through school choice. Does that show in revenue somewhere here?
It's part of the education aid number, the 41 million on page 9.
So out-of-district students that attend school in Peabody by choice come through that school aid Chapter 70 number? There's no differentiation? In other words, you don't show a separate line?
Yeah, I didn't break it out, but I
Okay.
could.
And then, thank you. And if I can go back to that payment in lieu of taxes, and I think you and the mayor, and can I make a motion to receive late 2?
Yes. There's a motion to receive late 2. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, any opposed? It's a vote.
Thank you. And I see in our late communication 2, I made a motion asking the mayor to provide us with payment in lieu of taxes for PMLP. And you responded by telling us that we receive as a city $50,000 per month, $600,000 annually from PMLP. So thank you for giving us that information. I did look a little bit deeper into PMLP in particular. They operate out of city property over on Warren Street Extension. I think it's 201 Warren Street Extension, which is city property. It's not owned by PMLP. It's assessed at about $15 million as 2 parcels. So I don't know if there's an opportunity to have a conversation for perhaps an increase in that payment in lieu of taxes with PMLP. I'm hoping that there's an opportunity and an appetite to perhaps do that. And then I don't know how to, my next line of questioning, I'm not sure, Madam Chair, it is my first year on the council with this budget. It's related to electric charges that we pay as a city, PMLP, for electricity provided in municipal buildings as well as streetlights and things like that. Is that better held till we get to the book, or can I address it in my conversation with regard to payment in lieu of taxes? I'll defer to you.
It's tough because the building department is the only line item I can think of off the top of my head that separates out in their budget. You've seen more.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just thinking when I read it.
I have my page number. I can do it when we take up the book, if that's
Yeah, I
better.
think if it's noted in the book, then we should discuss it then.
Thank you.
Thank
you, Mr. Gingras.
Any other counselors? Questions or comments on the presentation? Seeing none, we're going to take a 5-minute recess before we go into the book. Thank you. councilors, we're going to get started in a minute. If you can find your seats. Councilors, we are back from recess. Before we move forward into the budget book, I'd entertain a motion to receive late one.
So moved.
Heard the motion to receive late one. All in favor, any opposed? It's a vote. There's also another document on your desk, which is a updated summary table of contents. We'll call that late three. Entertain a motion to receive.
So moved.
You heard the motion. Any discussion? Seeing none. All in favor, any opposed? It's a vote. Councilors, that late three that we just accepted reflects the 2% increase that was voted on earlier this evening for FY27. That is what those numbers are. Those are the numbers we will reference when taking votes, section by section. So as I stated earlier, we will go through the budget by major sections. So the first section is general government. Any questions or motions on general government are appropriate at this time. Before, I'll give you a minute to find your questions and turn it over to Mayor Betancourt.
Well, thank you. I did want to mention, because I mentioned in my earlier remarks, that however things played out with the ordinance employees, that I would match that. I did the numbers, and I just wanted to present. A reduction for me would be $1,460.86. That would be the reduction from 3% to 2%. And as I mentioned in my earlier comments, I think that it's appropriate for me to receive the same as our ordinance employees. So with them getting 2% this upcoming year, I think even though the vote was for a 3% increase, I would move forward with the 2%. And the number would be, so there can be a reduction to my salary of $1,460.86. I know there may have been a discussion about the council doing the same thing, the same percentage. But that would be the reduction that we could make. And I just wanted to bring that forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilor Manning Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yet not to reiterate or belabor my remarks earlier, but I'll open it up to my colleagues what they would like to do. I voted against the mayor's raise and in conjunction the council's raise when it came about because of the fiscal realities that were coming down the pike. So the realities are here. I will leave it to my colleagues how they would like to comment, how they would like to move forward. I would prefer that we rescind the mayor/council's 3% raise to 0, but I'll leave it open to the council, and after their remarks, maybe people want to compromise, we can come up with a compromise. So my initial motion would be to reduce the mayor and city council salary, to rescind that motion and make it a 0% increase. So moved.
Councilors, you heard the motion from Councilor Manning Martin. Is there discussion on the motion? Councilor Welton.
Just for clarity, I know that we're bound to have our percentage reflect the mayor. Is that something that we can suspend for consideration at this time?
I don't believe so, Counselor. It would require an ordinance amendment. We would have to open up the ordinance that ties our salary to the mayor's salary. So I believe any reductions in the mayor's salary would kind of automatically have to reflect in our salary. Where the ordinance was passed, I think it would be cleaner for us to reduce both line items if that's the path we choose.
Thank you for that clarification, and I actually would prefer to reduce, as well. Councilor Manning Martin, I think just on my end, I would be fine with a 0 for the city council. My hesitation is for not giving an increase to the mayors. I feel like in a couple of years, we're gonna be in a situation where we're trying to make up for it, and I know that we did that a few years back. So I'd like to decouple them. If possible, it sounds like that's more difficult to do so at the time, but I understand your sentiment, I agree with it, and just trying to figure out the best way to manage that.
Yeah, if I could.
Mr. Mayor.
Under our city charter, we're obligated to review the mayor's salary, in turn the city council salary, every February. That's when it would be brought up again. I think very simply by reducing the 1% from my salary to reduce it $1,460.86 is the cleanest way to do it at this time and fits in with our charter. For the city council, it would be a reduction of total now of 11 people, would be a reduction of $2,862.35. That's 1% reduction, correct? It's $260 per person. So to me, that is the cleanest way to do it, and certainly take it up at a later time if the council so chooses. I do believe that the mayor's salary should stay at that number. I've already pledged it. I'm asking for the budget to be reduced by the $1,460 so that I can stand with the ordinance employees. Rather a motion could be made at a later time, but I do believe that it has to be done every February under our charter. So that's just my thought. That's the cleanest way to do it. We make the reduction now. That's reflected in the budget. I brought it up so when it comes to the mayor's office, you can just reduce the total number by $1,460.86. I thought that was the simplest, cleanest way to do it.
Councilor Walton.
Thank you. I'm good for now. Thank you.
Councilor Ladoff.
Okay. I'm not comfortable for myself receiving a raise. I really wasn't sure how that worked originally, and I wasn't sure how the tie-in. It was literally like a second before I said yes. Mr. Walton leaned over and said, that impacts us too. And I was like, okay. So I'm not comfortable. I'm very comfortable with the city employees, including the mayor, having a raise. They work hard for it. I understand that. I need to find some logic for, I cannot accept a raise. I even made sure I donated an extra scholarship because I felt guilty I got a raise. So I'm not comfortable asking more of my residents with me receiving a raise. If there's a way around that, wonderful. And I'd love to hear how we can work around that.
Councilor Manning Martin.
Thank you for coming back around. Just a quick comment through you to Councilor Welton regarding making things up to the mayor. We're in the same position. Should we go a year or two or whatever, that has happened in the past. And yes, we do find ourselves in better times when we're able to make it up to the mayor, just as we're going to have to make it up to the retro of the 2% that the ordinance employees were promised and didn't get. We're going to have to make that up. Everyone here said that, and that will happen. In better times, we will make it up. So when the time comes and we're able to do that, yeah, we're going to have to make things right and give more of an increase. It may happen to the mayor at that time, and it certainly should happen to those ordinanced employees. So in better times, we all will make that up to them. Thank you.
Councilor Gamache.
Yes. I definitely think that the mayor deserves a raise. We gave him 3%. I think that if we were to reduce it, should go to 2%, as we did with all the ordinance employees. I don't think that, and I do agree that the city council would take the hit too, But 2% for the leader of the city comes out to be, you know, a loss of $1,460. So I think 2% should be the raise that we will, and will reduce the mayor's salary by $1,460.86, and whatever it equates to for the city council. That 1% would also be figured in as a cut. Thank you.
Any other councilors? Councilor Corvo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm just going to repeat what I said earlier, perhaps in more clear terms. For me, it's not about the dollar amount, with all due respect to Councilor Gamache. It's being consistent in recognizing that we're in hard times and that every dollar matters. That's why I didn't vote for the 2%, and that's why I'm going to support this. I think we need to be clear in our messaging that we work for the taxpayers, and we need to be consistent in our actions. Thank you.
Councilor Turco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ross, through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Titlebaum. Do that math again, because if the mayor's reduced 1% and we're reduced 1% as a whole unit, it should be the same exact number. Now, how is it double that amount? I want to make sure you did your math right.
Yep. So the mayor's salary was $146,000. That drops down to $144,624.88.
Yeah.
That's the 99%. You guys are 9% of that salary. Of the mayor's salary is in the ordinance, it's 9%.
Right. At 11.
So each one of you drops from $13,276.45 to $13,016.24, which is a reduction of $260.21 per counselor. And there's 11 counselors.
But when we did the raise, I estimated that, maybe I'm wrong, that the council got a 3% raise. It was $8 a week, which was like $416 for the year. So I'm confused. Maybe somebody's numbers aren't right here. But either way, I support the reduction. If there's a way, Mayor, and if maybe we want to ask Don Con that we could separate out and keep your 2%, and the council could, I don't need the $8 a week. So if we could separate us out and get out to zero for the council, that works for me. I realize it's in city ordinance. Not sure if there's a different way we can do this to satisfy that desire to bring us back to our previous levels. Through you, Madam Chair, would you mind if I ask Attorney Khan if he thinks there's maybe a legal way we can do that tonight?
Nope. Attorney Khan. I saw him here. There he is.
I think respectfully, councilors, during the budget process, you have the authority to cut whatever you deem appropriate, regardless of what the ordinances say. So you could make one or either of these cuts at the budget time. Everything that is done in city government is subject to funding.
Thank you very much. So it looks like there's more questions, but I would be willing to make a motion to reduce the mayor's salary by 1% and the council's salary by 3%.
Councilors, there's a motion on the floor,
my
but
apologies.
we can certainly come back to that. I just wanted to add my comment that I had before this, because it might steer the conversation. I'd be in favor of reducing both salaries to a 0% increase in 2027, as we did receive a 2026 raise. We received a 2.7% raise in 2026, whereas the ordinance employees received a 0. So where they took a 0 last year, we could take a 0 this year, and then revisit again for 2028. That would be my suggestion. I would be in favor of Councilor Manning-Martin's motion on the floor. That being said, is there any other questions on the motion? Councilor Corvo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 100% agree with you. Just wanted to clarify through you to Attorney Khan that he was referring to simply cutting the line item in the budget, correct?
Yes, Attorney Khan is stating that we can reduce the council line item if we choose to maintain a 2% raise for the mayor for FY27. He's stating that we could just unfund the council line item by whatever percent we'd like.
Without touching the ordinance?
Correct.
Got it. Thank you.
Councilor Rossignol.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Just for clarification, what is the motion on the floor? Is it 1% and us minusing 3, or is it just the council for 0? 0 both? Okay.
Councilor Manning Martin's motion is on the floor. It's to reduce both to 0% for FY27.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Hockman.
Thank you. With regard to remaining consistent, earlier tonight we voted to increase the salary for a senior engineer because we didn't increase it in years past. And without increasing that salary in years past, we were unable to attract a qualified candidate. I'll keep my personal comments about Mayor Betancourt in my own head, but there haven't been a lot of challengers facing Mayor Betancourt in the time that he's been the mayor. And I think one of the reasons for that is because we woefully underpay our chief executive officer. So while I understand the argument that we're in difficult fiscal times, I know that I read social media like the rest of you, and there's a whole host of people out there who, at least behind a keyboard, claim to dislike the direction that the city is going in. I would think that by voting against his 3% increase, we would dissuade candidates from running in the future. I think the mayor is woefully underpaid. I think he's entitled to 3%. I understand. I thought the ordinance employees were too, so I'm going to make the same argument. I think even with the 3% increase, he's woefully underpaid, and the raises that we got as city councilors, the only reason that I believe I got it was because it was linked to the mayor's salary sometime in a prior council. That wasn't by my doing. I could care less about my raise. If I'm forced to take it, as Councilor Ladoff said, I'll donate it to a charity. I might have to donate it to the library or the Children's Museum because they might be having some fiscal difficulties, but I don't need it, and I don't care about it. I do think the mayor, as a full-time employee, is entitled to it and deserves it.
Councilor Rossignol.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Along the same lines as what Councilor Hockman just spoke, I can't be in favor of this. As a 3 and a 3 reduction, I do think the mayor is woefully underpaid. To Councilor Hockman's point, I would absolutely be willing to give up the 3% that we got. I think that that's appropriate, and I think that that's doable moving forward. But I can't support the mayor going from a 3 to a 0. I just don't think that's right or fair or deserved. Thank you.
Any other councilors on the motion? Councilor Turco.
Motion to amend the motion to 2% raise for Mayor Betancourt and a 0% raise for the City Council.
There's a motion to amend to a 2% raise, so a 1% cut for the mayor's salary and a 3% cut for the council salary. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Councilors Daigle.
Yes.
Gamache.
Yes.
Hockman.
Yes.
Turco.
Yes.
Manning Martin.
No.
Welton.
Yes.
Rossignol.
Yes.
Ladoff.
Yes.
Corriveau.
No.
Higgins.
Yes.
Peach.
No.
Motion carries 8-3.
Councilor Manning Martin, your motion is still on the floor. Would you like a roll call vote?
No necessary. I'll move
Withdraw.
along. Yeah, withdraw. Thank you.
Councilor Manning Martin, you still have the floor if you'd like to continue.
You'll have to forgive me, Madam Chair. I know you're going in sections, and I have some questions, again, pertaining to the ordinance that we passed about specific job titles. I just don't know where they are in the budget. So
We can come back to you if you
Okay.
want some time.
Yeah, I don't know what section these are in. So I'm going to ask you for some leeway to just ask about 2 or 3 specific job titles on late 3 that we did earlier tonight.
Okay.
Thank you.
You
Could I
may
do
go,
that now?
yes.
Thank you so much. Through you to whomever has the answer. Where is the enterprise fund manager? What section is that in? Maybe through you to Mr. Gingrich, maybe? Or to the mayor?
Mr. Mayor.
We do not have an enterprise fund manager. As I mentioned earlier, there's positions that are listed in the ordinance that are not part of the budget. I don't know at what point there was an enterprise fund manager decades ago. I'm guessing there must have been at some point, but there's no enterprise fund manager in this budget.
Okay.
I've never brought forward that position.
Okay. And the Assistant Director of Small Cities, where is that? Is that in this budget anywhere?
Same thing. It's a position that is in the ordinance. That's always been part of the ordinance. I've never brought it forward. I've never asked to have it funded. Never had a body for it.
Okay. How about Junior Civil Engineer with additional duties?
So, I mean, we certainly do have engineers. I don't believe we have an engineer listed under junior civil engineer. But any ordinance position that has an asterisk next to it is not in the budget.
I will just add a point of information. There is one, which is the Director of Parks and Recreation, but that didn't receive an increase, and that is in the budget.
Yeah, okay. And then the Museum Education and Program Manager, formerly the Children's Museum Assistant Director. Is that in the budget? Is there Assistant Director?
We do not have that position. As I mentioned in my earlier remarks, the Children's Museum is not part of the budget. I wanted to show everybody so that people are aware of the Children's Museum still exists. But even in its form right now, although it's not part of the operating budget, we do not have an assistant manager. We reduced it from 3 full-time employees to 2 full-time employees.
Okay, thank you. All right, that being said, I think not this evening, Madam Chair, but maybe at the next meeting, if I remember, should probably refer this ordinance for cleanup at some point so that we can update it so that it reflects what jobs are actually in our budget and filled. So those are my questions for now. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for indulging me.
Thank you, Councilor. I do think that's appropriate to refer to our legal team at our next regular meeting.
I as well. I think that's a good idea.
Any other councils ready? Councilor Corriveau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the mayor. Do you mind just repeating the name of the grant or nonprofit that is now funding the Children's Museum, Mayor?
It's the Community Development Authority. It's a grant loan program that has been in the city since, I believe, the 70s. It was a UDAG grant, Urban Development and Growth. It funds loans and provides grants to businesses, usually in the form of secondary financing. There's a loan repayment program that works. And usually we try to focus on downtown, some of our business development areas. And so, yeah, it's we have appointed 2 members of the board are appointed by the council, 2 members are appointed by me, and there's and Kurt Bellavance as our community development director sits on it as well.
Thank you very much for that clarification.
Councilor Gamache.
Yes, on page 1, which is the city council budget, I would make the recommendation to cut $12,000 from line item 53524, the 4th of July celebrations. We can always look at it at another time when we're doing a little bit better, but I think if we're all going to pay the price, we might as well pay the price now. If we want to bring it back up in a couple of years, we can do so.
Councilors, you heard the motion. The motion is to reduce line item 53524, the 4th of July celebration, in the amount of $12,000. Is there any discussion on the motion? Councilor Welton.
Just to clarify, that's not for this summer. It's going forward. We've already received the funding for this summer. So for all the children in Ward 1, don't worry about it. We'll still have it this summer.
That is correct. This would be for 4th of July of 27.
And we'll still have it next summer, too. We'll figure it out.
Councilor Manning Martin.
Yes, of all the cuts that need to be made, that this is not one of them. I will always remember what Councilor Driscoll told me year after year, how much he loved his 4th of July celebration. He said, I will never, ever vote to not fund or not have these celebrations because kids in my ward look all year long. They look forward to the egg toss, to the race, to winning ribbons, getting together with their families. He said kids that are in my ward, they don't go to summer camp. They don't have cottages that can go down the Cape. They don't have it. And I'll never forget him saying that to me. And I'm actually rather emotional right now that we're going after $12,000 to go after celebrating our independence, 4th of July, so that little kids can enjoy one day a year. He said they look forward to getting a free ice cream and a hot dog. I'm appalled, and I will not support this.
Councilor Turco.
Thank you. Yeah, it's the 250th anniversary of this country, and I realize this is for next year, but if you look further into this budget, you'll see that we are cutting the $20,000 for the fireworks display, which is this year during the 250th anniversary of this country. It's a day we should always celebrate. I can't cut the $12,000. I know I prefaced this meeting with I would cut everything that I could, but 4th of July is the 4th of July, and I have a strong feeling we'll be on Fox News tomorrow night if on the 250th anniversary of this country we cut the 4th of July out of the budget along with the fireworks ceremony. Now that being said, for the edification of the council, I did speak with the mayor. We can hold the fireworks in August. It's a $19,000 cost. I've already raised about $11,000 of that 19 through local businesses. So if anybody would like to help out, we got another $8,000 to go, but we will have those fireworks this year. And Mayor, thank you for all your help with fundraising, so I appreciate that. But
no, absolutely. And thank you, Councilor Turco. I was going to state that as well. I didn't put forward in the budget. I didn't think that would fit in well considering where we are. But thankfully, through fundraising efforts Councilor Turco and I have done, we're nearing that 19,000. So the fireworks are going to be on August 16th. They'll be at Peabody Veterans Memorial High School as we had done in years past. We haven't done it in a couple years, but the 250th, I think, is the time to do it. So looking forward to that. I'll get more information out to everybody as we move forward. But, geez, Councilor, you already got a couple more thousand than you mentioned before, so that's great. Thank you.
Councilor Ladoff.
I just wanted to mention, I know how much when I lived in Ward 3, and especially in Ward 2, how much the community really loved the 4th of July. It's something they looked forward to. Where I was previously in Gloucester, it wasn't something they did. So when I came to Peabody, it was something that we really celebrated with our kids, and they had a great time eating those hot dogs at 9 o'clock in the morning and seeing all the kids on their bikes and scooters. It was a really great celebration. I think there's more things that we can cut, and this is really something that gives back to the community, and it's for the greater good for people who can't afford things. So I think there's other places to cut, and I would not take something away from the residents, especially this year in particular, and I'd be more than happy to help Mr. Turco raise the rest of those funds.
Councilor Corriveau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to echo what Wendy and my other colleagues have said. Not only is it just, you know, former Councilor Driscoll's ward that looks forward to it because, yes, his ward was probably one of the less wealthy wards in the city, but our entire city is designated as a gateway community, which means we quite literally have fewer resources on average per family than the average community in the state. I work with a lot of those kids, and their lives are very sad, and I'm really upset that anyone would think to cut this.
Councilor Higgins.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairperson. Considering what we're going through right now with all these budget cuts that we're talking about, and earlier tonight I was talking about people pulling together to try to help the city go forward and take it on the chin, take a 0% raise for 26, taking pay cuts here and there, and then what are we doing now for our 250th anniversary of this country? We're talking about eliminating a celebration that, when we look at the dollar amount that we're talking about, adds nothing. It does nothing for us, but it disappoints all kinds of children across the city. Everywhere I go, Whether I'm in Beverly at work or, you know, in Wakefield visiting family or Reading, people talk about the celebration that Peabody does. Many other places don't do it. And it is laborious, but it's a labor of love. It's one of the things that I looked when I first got into this position. My first thought was dread, because it's a lot of work. And as ward councilors, we know how much it is, how much work that is. However, after 3 hours on the 4th of July, seeing all the happy, smiling faces, the ribbons that are given out, bringing the community together is just worth it, totally worth it. And I think at this time, to take something away from our residents, while we're already asking our residents to do so much more with, you know, trash fees that I didn't really want to vote for, but I see the necessity of it. I see, you know, the cuts that we're just starting to talk about right now. There's more of them to come, a lot more. But at the end of the day, the $12,000 cut that we're going to make to eliminate something that brings so much joy to children across the city is just not something I can support right now. Thank you.
Councilor Daigle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was one of those kids at Bob Driscoll's 4th of July every year. I had nowhere to go. I looked forward to it. I would train for his race around Higgins at the time. I am happy to continue this tradition, and I'm happy to, like the mayor and Councilor Turco are doing for the fireworks, raise that money privately so it doesn't come out of our operating budget. So I support the cut, and I am committing now, if there's a will, and assuming we will have a fantastic turnout this year, I will raise the money and still hold the event, but I won't support keeping that money in the budget from the taxpayers. Thank you.
Councilor Gamache.
Yes, it's not that I'm against having the 4th of July. I mean, it's already this year. Nobody's going to lose their 4th of July. What I'm trying to express is that we're going to make some serious cuts. Last year, I think Councilor Turco made an $8,000 cut in one of the line items. I forget what it was, but it was like $8,000. I'm just trying to go through this budget as equitably as possible. I've done the 4th of July this year will be 29 times. I do enjoy it. Don't get me wrong. But I'm trying to express the opportunity to, for 1 year, we're not taking it away this year. The 4th of July is already the 4th of July. We already got that money. What I'm saying is there going to be items that we can, and the mayor can put it back in the budget next year if he wants for 2028. But I'm just expressing there's going to be a lot of hard cuts. There's a lot more cuts coming. So I'm only thinking about this year's budget. This is the time we make the cuts. So and I can see right now it's going to go down the tube, so I'm going to withdraw my motion. But I just want to say and clarify, it's not that I'm against the 4th of July. What I'm against is taking positions away from people who are working in the city, and every little bit counts. So as we go on to this, the mayor says that we got to push for efficiency. It was one of the items I thought I'd bring up. I have no problem doing it. Excuse me, I'll withdraw the motion, but there's going to be a lot more cuts, less than $12,000, I can guarantee you, in this budget. So don't think that I'm just singling out the celebrations for the 4th of July. I'm singling out things that can be cut that are not going to cut jobs. And that's all I did. So I'll withdraw my motion.
Thank you, Councilor. I'll comment on the withdrawn motion, which I would have supported. As we're doing for the fireworks, we can, I think all ward councilors know we could raise this money privately. We all privately raise money to throw a party because $2,000 doesn't go super far. This year, 3 or 5 out of the 6 wards are combining their 4th of July celebrations because $2,000 doesn't go very far to provide a memorable day for individual wards anymore. So I would think moving forward, we'd be able to celebrate the independence of our country combined with the efforts of all of us getting private donations to do so in years moving forward, or even just next year, which is what we're talking about. But the motion's been withdrawn, so I hope to see all the at-large councilors at the 4th of July celebrations this year. Any other comments, Councilor Gamache?
No, thank you.
Any other questions, proposed reductions on general government? Councilor Turco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the mayor. Mayor comes up every year, but page 3, financial administration. I know at this point you're going to make some transfers to zero out that account. The only thing that in this list that's come out so far is the library funding for the $55,000 for their, I believe it was a software program or something like that from earlier. But you funded it again at $450,000. Is there any chance at reducing that by one third, maybe to $300,000 for the $150,000 savings for the upcoming year?
Thank you, Councilor. That has been an item that we have trimmed back over the years. I believe at one point, I believe it was $750,000 at one point some years back. You know, it does provide some insurance for us. It provides some coverage for us. You know, but if we wanted to cut that back $100,000, I'd be supportive of that, maybe to keep it because it does provide a service to us. But again, in an effort to work on what we are working on now with some difficult, I think 100,000 would work.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'd be willing to make that motion to reduce financial administration. Is it line 01320? If I'm reading that correctly, by $100,000.
Through you to the finance director, would it be the overall line item, or do we need to reduce the line 57410 reserve fund?
We're going to reduce the line 57410.
Thank you. So Councilor Turco, the motion would be to reduce.
Yeah, I'll change that motion to reduce line 57410 by $100,000, financial administration.
Councilors, you heard the motion to reduce the line item by $100,000. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Councilors Daigle.
Yes.
Gamache.
Yes.
Hockman.
Yes.
Turco.
Yes.
Manning Martin.
Yes.
Welton.
Yes.
Rozignol.
Yes.
Ladoff.
Yes.
Corriveau.
Yes.
Higgins.
Yes.
Peach.
Yes.
Motion carries 11-0.
Councilor Turco.
Thank you. Moving on to page 5, you know, and it's Councilor Gamache's point, this isn't 12 grand. I just have a question about $360 in payroll stipends that are new in the auditor's department. It's looking like maybe it's a cell phone at $30 a month, but I just wanted to ask about it because it didn't exist in previous years. So through you to Mike, can you answer, or if you want to have Mary come up, either one.
That didn't exist in previous years in the auditor's budget because it was in the treasurer's budget, and it got switched.
Okay, so that was part of that shared, did we do a shared position between?
We did initially, but then the individual moved from treasurer's to assistant auditor.
Okay, thank you. While you're up there, Mike, again, I'm pretty sure Mary answered this for me last year. We have an increase of 15%, is it, on accounting and auditing services? And if I remember correctly, Mary said that you have a new auditing company with the same employees, and they were going to continually change their rates for the next, every so often. Is that what that increase is all about?
That's totally correct, yes.
Okay, I'll move on from that then, because, Assessor's office, Mike, the reduction in the assessor's office by $75,000, is that, I'm sorry, page 7, we reduced the professional services line item by $74,900. Is that because we're not doing door-to-door assessing this year? Is it, you know what, I won't even assume from now on. I'll just ask you, why is that reduction there?
Yeah, the outside services that we were utilizing, they've completed some of the evaluations, and we dropped it down because there's some more to complete, but we didn't need that level of funding.
Okay, so can we expect that to go back up in the future years? Just like, I know assessments go every 2 years, is it? Or how often is it? I'm sorry if I can get the assessor to answer the question. Susan, if you don't mind, put Mike on the spot here.
Yes, the 2 prior years, there was a big lump sum we went out to bid to catch up on the door-to-door cyclical inspections. So we've lowered our budget going forward to do some, but not a catch-up.
Thank you. With that, how often are we obligated to do the door-to-door assessments?
Every 10 years.
Okay, so we won't see drastic increase in this line item
Right, as long as we stay up to date.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have for assessors. I just want to move on to the collector's office. This has come up, a little bit in conversation. The collector and the treasurer, I believe in most cities and towns, the collector and treasurer are one position. Now, no panic, anybody. I'm not looking to make that motion. I want to broach the subject of combining that at some point the collector and the treasurer under one and cross-train those employees so that the 4 clerks in the collector's office could also work along with the treasurer, and we'd be able to have ultimately. I'm not quite sure because I think you'd still need a collector and an assistant collector treasurer. So I'm not sure if it would be a significant savings other than maybe to cut a clerk out of that office. And again, Mayor, that's something I just over the next year, if we're still looking at cuts next year, I really want to consider combining if we could. And again, nobody panic. I'm not looking to cut the assessor or the treasurer. Excuse me, the treasurer or the collector this year. But just wanted to bring that up. Now, to that point, we have on the S8, which is the payroll backup for that page, we have the city collector and 1, 2, 3, 4 clerks. One of those clerks, after printing of this budget, retired, and her name is still in this budget, so I'd like to move to reduce that position. I guess I would have to, it would be for $50,957.06. And I would remove that out of the salary line item for the collector's office, 51110, salaries full-time. And again, the reduction is $50,957.06. So moved.
Councilors, you heard the motion. Any discussion? Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. That is all correct. There was a retirement in that office. However, I mentioned earlier that there was a reduction in the veterans clerk position. That person has been with us a number of years. That person has transferred over to that office and took that position. So that office is full at the current time. She's working there now. That is an extremely busy office, customer service. I feel like we're actually light in that office, probably need another body. Years back, there were at 1.7 employees in that office. I'd be very reluctant to vote to reduce that office. I already feel that office is under a lot of pressure now, and it is at full capacity because of that transfer.
Okay, so with that, I'll withdraw the original motion, but the question is it the same salary? So the person who transferred into this position, is it $50,957 that we have the retired person at?
Yeah, I believe both positions had been here about the same number of years, both employees, and they were at the same grade level.
Okay, I'll withdraw the motion. Moving forward to page 11, Human Resources. If I could maybe have Dagmar Whitaker come up, and I'll just ask her. How are you today?
I'm good, how are you?
Just asking, I don't know if this is under when you took over, what I believe 2 years ago, maybe?
1 year ago.
1 year ago, or prior to you with Beth O'Donnell, but it seems like we have an HR director and 3 benefits managers, which I don't believe that was ever the case. I thought there were separate classifications for those employees. They're all at equal salaries now. Is that something that you implemented, or was that implemented under Ms. O'Donnell?
We have implemented that with the mayor.
Okay, so you implemented it this year
Yes.
to make that change. And again, three benefits managers are needed. And the reason I'm asking you this is because we have, I believe, and Mayor, correct me if I'm wrong, the fire department has their own people that do their payroll and benefits, correct? They have 3 people in their admin office that do theirs.
I don't think they do benefits. I do think that they do payroll and some other responsibilities. But I think benefits is through our office, HR office exclusively. And with the transition from to the new director, Dagmar, who's doing an excellent job, I felt that being cross-trained, because each of them have different responsibilities, but all of them are involved in benefits management. And I thought that that just made sense, that they should be cross-trained, have that ability. More and more is on the HR department as the world is changing and health insurance and things. So I felt that was a benefit, that each member of that department would be able to do a number of different roles.
Thank you. It's tough for me to guide. So the salary increase for the department is roughly 11%, but obviously we didn't give the retroactive raise, so it's not 11%. But the remaining amount, is that increase from this year, or had we already done an increase for these positions last year? I don't recall.
There was, thank you, Councilor. There was, one of the employees did get a bump up because of taking on some of the benefits management roles. So yes, there was one employee who did get some additional funding because of taking on some of those responsibilities.
Okay, that was for this year they got the bump up, and nothing. There was no bump up last year. It was in the last fiscal year. Councilor Peach remembers all these numbers.
When I did the comparison of the salary budget book last year and the salary budget book proposed to us for this year, I didn't see an increase, but we wouldn't see whether or not there was a title change mid-year. We wouldn't have that information. So if there was a title change in FY26, maybe we'll see that in our end-of-year transfers, and we'll be transferring to that salary line item. But as far as what the titles were in last year's budget book, they were different than what they are this year. So this would be the first year to have 3 benefits managers in HR.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to know what that increase was, Mayor. Is there any way we could kind of dictate what we increased?
Yes, give us a moment on that.
So the proposed change in the budget book is $35,000. And obviously, that's not going to be that much, but it must be in the ballpark of $25,000 to $30,000.
No, I don't think it was that. It wasn't that much. Give us a moment, Councilor.
Councilor Turco, are you looking for what the dollar amount increase was For the person who got a title change?
Yeah, so basically, I want to know, like, we've never had 3 benefits managers in the department, but we do now, so that somebody got a title change that equated to a pretty good increase in salary. And, you know, I guess, you know, we can justify it if we want, but...
I have an answer, Counselor. The $35,000 increase in large part is because when Beth O'Donnell left, we didn't fund fully the HR director position. So the HR director position now has to be fully funded. We tried to save a little bit of money, and I believe we cut a month or 2 out of that. Does that make sense? And then there was, I would say it was like a $6,000 increase to bring all the HR department in line with the, so yeah, I'm pretty confident in saying that primarily is because there was a couple of months that we didn't fund the position in HR director fully. Now we have to because we have the full-time director. Beth left in May, so that's when we kind of had a little bit of time, so we took a chance.
Okay, that makes much more sense than a $35,000 salary increase, so thank you for the explanation. I believe I'm moving on to IT, page 12.
Thank you.
If I could have Frank come up.
Good evening, Council.
Thank you very much. Please keep in mind, I mean, no offense, but I have some questions for you.
Yep.
We have put a ton of money into IT over the last couple of years. Looking at 2023, we were at a $428,000 budget, and this year we're at $812,000. I know that it's needed. We've added positions in your department. How did we have a data breach in this city that when we've invested, you know, significant time and money here?
Great question. I prepare to answer that question. No organization, public or private, large or small, is completely immune to cyber threat. Cyber incidents occur worldwide, including in major corporations and federal agencies with multi-billion-dollar revenues. In many cases, a single action, such as clicking on a phishing email, can trigger a widespread incident within minutes. The more important measure is not whether an attack occurs, but how effectively the organization responds. In our case, the incident was contained very quickly. There was minimal impact on daily operations, and no ransomware was paid. Not a single penny of tax dollars paid to ransom. If you look at cases around the world, people have to pay, in some cases, millions of dollars ransom to the attackers. These outcomes reflect a strong response and preparedness. The focus remains on continuous improvement, strengthening defenses, and ensuring rapid recovery from any future incident. And that is my answer, sir.
Thank you. It sounds like you were expecting that question. Yeah, you know, you guys do a great job. You really do. But my concern is that, like I said, we've invested a lot of money here, and I know you can't stop them all, and you guys did a nice job. But I actually texted the mayor yesterday, I believe. I got a email from Mayor Ted Betancourt trying to verify my email address. So we're still getting some glitches in this system, and
we cannot control that. Phishing email happen every day. The majority of the increase in our budget that we continue to build layers of protection. And I can give you, so I also repair a question that you have not asked, but I repair why we have multi-layers of cybersecurity protection. So my answer is no single cybersecurity tool can stop every threat. Modern cybersecurity relies on defense in-depth strategy, where multiple layers of protection work together to reduce risk. A simple analogy is protecting our house. We do not rely on a single lock. We use doors, locks, cameras, alarms, etc. If one safeguard fails, other remains in place. Similarly, layered cybersecurity ensure that if one defense is bypassed, additional protection continues to safeguard city system and data.
I actually had that question written down, so thank you for answering.
I expect that.
I'm good. I just wanted to ask about, I know that's a common question asked by the residents of the city of what happened with the security breach, and glad to hear you say you got to it quickly. I'm just hoping that our investment in your department is fruitful and worth it, so keep it up. And with that, I'll let you off the hook. I'll give up the floor for a moment, Madam Chair, if Councilor Manning Martin would like to ask a question also.
Councilor Manning Martin.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Councilor Turco. I figured since we have information technology up, I do have a question, and it is something that I've brought up year after year, and as
Councilors, sorry, can you just speak more into the mic so I can hear you?
Yes, I'm sorry about that. So we did have an increase in your department budget, as Councilor Turco has pointed out, in specifically computer maintenance at about 28% or almost $86,000. And what would that entail for computer maintenance with such a 28% increase?
May I yield to the Assistant IT Director, Peter, to answer the question?
So as we alluded to earlier, we've added more layers. So what does that mean? We added an extra security to our email, for example. We use Barracuda software to, any email coming in will be searched, checked, but then we've added a second layer that will do a double search and will also search internal email as well. So all that we've added, as Frank alluded to, is we're adding more and more layers. So if one layer misses it, we're catching it.
Okay. And I like to hear, we're adding layers for protection and we're looking to reduce risk. But I also know that, which I've brought up for the past few years, are we still allowing departments like the fire department and the police department to pay overtime to individuals to fix their computers? I had brought that up the past couple years because to me, that increases risk. That's very bad for cybersecurity, and one disgruntled employee can, set everything off in a whole department. So I always thought that was a poor decision to be kind of farming out in one particular department, untrained, unlicensed people to fix problems. So I had hoped with the increase in your department, you would be able to address those things under your own umbrella, all the departments in the city for cybersecurity purposes. So is that still going on?
We can only control what we can control, and this is way beyond us in terms of the policy and other departments. We don't have control of, like, the police department.
Right, but you should, because it's the city's, and I'm no computer person. If Control-Alt-Delete doesn't work, I shout out the door for you guys to come help me. So please don't take any offense to my questions, but you guys are the information technology, should have control over any type of threats we get because you guys are in control of the computers. I mean, that's any state agency, you have, you know, information technology people, they don't farm out to certain individuals to fix their own stuff. Bad policy. I even know that. Control Alt Delete. I even know that. So I guess maybe that's a policy. It's out of your hands, but that's where the work should be. You guys are the professionals. You add the layers of security so that we don't get phishing and we don't get cybersecurity. We don't have another breach like we had. And we feel more confident with you, the professionals, overseeing that. And with an increase in this budget over the years, that is what we expect. So, you know, every budget I kind of bring this up. I know it doesn't fall under yours. Maybe that's something that we can talk about with the mayor to see if we can stop that practice for cybersecurity reasons. And we have a whole information technology department that we've increased the financing dramatically so that we can approve these things. And so I would feel more comfortable and confident in their department running all our computer systems and technology and not having it farmed out to individuals in individual departments. I think it's a very poor practice.
I think that's a real good line of questioning, real good topics. I did want to say police, we do not have, our IT department has no involvement with the police. I know they do have an IT person full-time there. There is some interaction with the fire, but we do have a firefighter that does a great deal of the IT work over there. But our IT team does do, like the golf course, the farms. There's a number of other departments that they oversee. But police and fire, there is no real overlap. And I think that's something that can be looked at. And I think that is a good topic to bring up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I know that the body cam system with the police takes a different type of expertise, and I wouldn't expect that to fall under them. But everything else, really, we need to get a better handle on who has control and access to our systems that really shouldn't. It's just a poor practice. So if we can focus on that and tighten things up instead of paying somebody overtime to fix glitches is just a poor practice. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor. That's a good one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Turco,
Thank
you
you.
have opened the floodgates of questions from other councilors. Would you like to yield the floor or continue on?
I just have one more question, then I'll give up the floor for
Okay.
everything. Just if we can move to page S14, which is the backup salary page for the licensing board, which is page 15. So page 15, and then behind it is S14. So we have the three employees, which I believe, if I'm not mistaken, through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Gingrich, those are all pensionable, right, at $5,000? They are. So with that, do they also receive health insurance? Okay, so I guess the reason I want to know that is...
I would say no. I'd have to double check.
Yeah, I mean, if they're getting a $5,000 pensionable stipend, or whatever you want to call this, I would imagine they have the option to get health insurance. And if, in fact, they do, oh, Jim, through you to Mr. Freeman.
They're not elected officials. The 5,000 rule only involves elected officials, not appointed board members.
Okay, so none of these employees...
No insurance, they're not in the retirement board. They are not in the retirement system. They're not pensionable positions. I think that was your question earlier.
Yes, that was it, and beyond that, I want to know if they got benefits, and you've answered both. So that's it, Madam Chair. Thank you, Jim. Nice to see you.
You're all set, Councilor Turco, in general government?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair.
All right, I'm going to go by hands. I saw Councilor Welton's waving me off. Councilor Ladoff.
I had a question regarding like information technology as well, if I could speak to the gentleman that was up before. I noticed with computer maintenance, it seems pretty steady what we've been spending, and it's had a considerable jump from 2023 to where we are at 2027 at $385,910. Looking historically at what our average is, this is an average of $256,000. I think with a 10% increase, it would bring this up to $330,000, providing some type of increase, and then also allowing an opportunity to have a decrease in having a cut of possibly $55,000. This seemed like an opportunity area. It seems like an area that we can't keep having a 28% increase every year. So I'd love to know more information about that $85,000 in a little bit more detail. And just looking historically, this is where you're trending. So the best predictor of, future behavior is past behavior. Page 12.
So as far as the computer maintenance, and a lot of these services we don't control. One example will be our email system, Office 365 that we get. As we've advanced, as we've moved forward, they've increased the price. I can't control that. So we have other supports. Recite Me, for example. That's a brand new one that we have to now do for our web maintenance to be accessible. That's a brand new system. We just took that on. So all these softwares that we're adding are stuff beyond our control that we're not controlling. Our vendors are raising the prices on us, and unfortunately, we're stuck paying these prices as we go forward. But if I remove any of these layers, again, I'm removing layers that are protection. This Office 365 from Microsoft has increased exponentially. I can't control that. I'd love to, okay? The only way I can do it is by removing licenses, and we keep adding licenses.
So so your 85,000 increase will be 100%. That's already spent, basically, because you've already committed to these programs that you need to run efficiently, correct?
If I may, every year with subscription software licensing, some company, they say 8% increase, 10% increase, and we don't have any. What Peter tried to say is that what we have is the software that the city use, like Peter mentioned, Office 365. We cannot control that subscription, the cost of that. If we take that out, nobody can use email. We have hosting for web services. We have, so there's a lot of not only layers, but services and software and licensing that our department should basically we should pay. It's a cost of doing business.
No, I understand. I was just making sure, since it was such a considerable jump, like after seeing it pretty historical. So I understand. It's a cost of how we need to do things. It's already spent, and if we want to run efficiently, we have to. So thank you for answering my question. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Councilor Ladoff, do you have any other questions for the general government section?
I do. In HR, I had a question on page 11 in regards to medical and dental services. It kind of just threw me for a loop to see it, so I didn't know what that entailed.
That line item is basically for employee physicals and psychologicals for new employees.
Thank you very much.
Councilor Ladoff, do you have anything else? I can give you a minute. Okay.
That is it for right now.
Thank you, Councilor Corriveau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. going back to HR again, just based off of what Counselor Turco said, I do agree with him. It seems like there's a lot of people in that department, and I'm wondering if, and maybe, I'm sorry to have to ask you to come up again, Dagmar, but you might be the person to answer this. Has the city ever looked into, I'm familiar with the vendor that they use for payroll and HR. I used to work for the company. Has the city ever looked into outsourcing some of those positions? You can get SHRM certified individuals pretty much on retainer for a fraction of the cost, and I'm just wondering if that would help to cut down on some of the overhead in that department.
Yeah, I mean, I'd probably better prepared to speak to that. But no, Councilor, we have not. That is something we can look into to maybe help provide support. But no, we haven't looked at other third-party contractors or per diems or other contracts for HR department. We have not. I don't know about the schools. That might be a good question to ask the schools as well. Certainly something I can look into, but I have not truthfully really delved into that.
Okay, I'm not saying it's definitely the right solution. It is a tool that private industry uses. The company that you do use does have a public sector department specifically designed for cities and municipalities and other government entities, and I think it might be worth looking into to reduce some of the costs there. Thanks. I'm all set.
Councilor Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if the council will bear with me, like I said earlier, this is my first budget. I'm just looking at the page 2, and some of these numbers are small, but I think somebody said earlier every penny matters. Line 53, 420, postage services. It's budgeted for $2,500. The actual cost this year was $1,042. We haven't had $2,500 in postage since at least 2023. Can we reduce that line item? Is there any reason why we need to keep funding it at $2,500?
Sorry, Councilor, just give me a moment.
Sure. Mr. Mayor, it's line 53420, page 2.
Yeah, I think we could look at a slight reduction there.
Make a motion to reduce line 53420 by $1,000. So moved.
Councilors, you heard the motion to reduce line 53420, postage services. Sorry, Councilor Hoffman, can you clarify, by 1,000 or to 1,000?
By 1,000.
By 1,000, which would leave this at $1,500. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Councilors Daigle.
Yes.
Gamache.
Yes.
Hoffman.
Yes.
Turco.
Yes.
Manning Martin.
Yes.
Welton.
Yes.
Rozignol.
Yes.
Ladoff.
Yes.
Corriveau.
Yes.
Higgins.
Yes.
Peach.
Yes.
Motion carries 11-0.
Councilor Hoffman.
Thank you. On page 4, under, I think it's financial, finance department, excuse me, Mr. Gingras, through the chair, line 53-125 for outside services. We have again, these are small numbers, but there's an 87% increase in the request. Is there any particular item that you're anticipating?
No, that number was... That was split off with the office equipment line. So if you look in the current 2026, it was 4,000 and then 3,500. And I just put them up.
Thank you, Mr. Gingras, and I appreciate that, because that's where I was going next. But I do see that the outside service line for the last 2 fiscal years had 0 as actual expenses. So
that could be reduced some, but I kind of utilize that when some other folks need some extra equipment.
Can I take $2,500, Mr. Gingras?
2,500?
Yes. Motion to reduce line 53125 by $2,500, leaving it funded with $5,000.
Councilors, you heard the motion to reduce line item 23125 by $2,500. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Councilors Daigle.
Yes.
Gamache.
Yes.
Hockman.
Yes.
Turco.
Yes.
Manning Martin.
Yes.
Welton.
Yes.
Rozignol.
Yes.
Ladoff.
Yes.
Corriveau.
Yes.
Higgins.
Yes.
Peach.
Yes.
Motion carries 11-0.
Counselor Hockman.
Yep, page 6, Mr. Doucette, the Purchasing Department. It's really just a question. There seems to be a decrease in salary, but an increase in part-time. Are we just shifting? Is someone retiring and then we're keep picking them up part-time? Sorry, Mr. Doucette.
The great Dan Doucette. He could certainly speak to this, but it was, I did feel like he does need some part-time hours, so we did put some part-time money in there with the reduction of the full-time position.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I mean, I just didn't understand it, so I appreciate the explanation. And that department has a reduction of over 20%, so thank you for contributing to the difficult times.
I have a part-time person 3 days a week, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., and I try to reschedule everything around her availability. So there are days that nobody's there because I have to be somewhere else or whatever, and we've been moving bid openings and a few other things to accommodate, and we may be a little slow on a vendor number request, but we're managing.
Thank you, Mr. Doucette. May I? Thank you.
Councilor Hockman.
Through the chair to Mr. Titlebaum. In your department, I see that there's some increase. Page 8, excuse me. Lines 53420 and 54200, postage and office supplies. They just, again, not large dollar amounts, but percentages. There's some significant percentage increases, particularly the first line, the postage line, where we're asking for an increase, yet we didn't exhaust fiscal year 26 funding. Are you anticipating a mailing or some additional postage expenses?
So this year, we're already over our budget for postage from this year. We just mailed out 900 plus letters to residents and businesses who we've sent checks out to once for tailings that we had to go through. We should be keeping that up, but the price of postage has gone up. We do send out most of our vendors our checks right now. So a lot of those checks is postage. I can get you a number of how many we're sending out, but it's close to like 16,000 pieces of mail per year, if not more.
Thank you, Mr. Titlebaum. I did want to comment on human resources, not asking anyone to come up. They seem to have been taking some heat tonight. I want to say thank you. You reduced your total expense line as a department by 21%. Thank you for contributing. If I can get IT back up here, please. I just wanted to ask you, you were asked a lot of questions already, most of what I had was already asked. On the backup, the first backup page, which is immediately after S11. Do you have a book, sir? That's all right. So it says page 4 of 59 on the bottom for everyone, and it's a spreadsheet of expenses for this department. So what are we looking at?
Sorry, sir, can you ask the question one more time?
I didn't ask it yet, but
Okay.
on this page, I just want to make sure you're at the right page.
Too small for me to see.
It says page 4 of 59 on the bottom. We're good? So on the left-hand column, there are dates. The last expense on October 2nd, 2025 It's for $62,880, and it says digital forensic and incident response statement of work. Was that an expense regarding the data breach?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the overtime, if we go back to page 12, the overtime that your department experienced, is that primarily also related to that data breach?
Basically, our entire team work. Basically, we lost.
We lost the entire month of July, okay? We worked from when it happened all weekend long for about 2 or 3 weeks, weekends, so
No,
nonstop.
I'm not questioning the expense. I'm just trying to understand it.
Yes.
I'm grateful for the work that you do. Trust me, like Councilor Manning Martin, I'm not very savvy here either, so I'm grateful for your department. I just wanted to understand what that expense was, because it seems to be an outlier. And then I'll ask through the chair to maybe the mayor. Do we have insurance that would have covered any of those expenses, or did insurance cover some of those expenses?
We do have cybersecurity coverage. I can't speak to if every item is covered. We do have coverage, and I know there's been a number of items that we have been provided coverage. I'm not sure if there's been some items that haven't been. I don't want to say that it's been a complete blanket global coverage, but I know we do have some.
I don't want to make a motion, but could we ask if we pursued coverage for those particular items over time, and that October 2 expense seems to be direct, according to the department head, it's directly related to the breach.
We submitted a number of claims that I believe that was included, and we were reimbursed on some of those claims. And it's still ongoing, and our insurance company's still covering. In fact, we have a call, I think next week or the week after, for renewal on the policy, and they want to know everything that happens. So we're working closely with the insurance company, and they did. We're in the hundreds of thousands of dollars of response, and they covered a lot of it. But there was a deductible around.
So through the chair to Mr. Gingrich, since you're responding, is there still an opportunity for recovery on some of these expenses?
It's ongoing, and I think we did recover some of this.
Okay, okay, thank you. And Mr. Nguyen, if you can, I just have a question regarding, we're on that spreadsheet, the next page on that spreadsheet, which is page 5 of 59, on July 14th, 2025, there's a expense for Assessor's Office Enterprise Assessment. Do you know what that is? What page? Page 5 of 59. It's July 14th, 2025. The vendor was Tyler Technologies.
That is the software that we pay for the assessor office.
Thank you. And just a few quick questions. Thank you. Thank you. The clerk's office. Just, this is easy, I think. Again, on page 7 of 59, that same type of spreadsheet, there are reimbursements for marriage and birth certificates and death certificates. People order them and don't want them, or how does I mean, it's, again, a few pennies.
A lot of times people can't remember where they took out their marriage license, and so they just assume because they got married in Peabody, it's here, and it doesn't work that way necessarily. And
So they prepay and then they come in and you guys don't have it? Is that?
they prepay and then we mail it to them, or we don't have it.
Yeah.
No, we don't mail it to them once we can't
Gotcha.
find it.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Hockman. Are there any other councilors with questions or motions on the general government section? Councilor Lato.
I have a few questions. In regards to page 14, Let me get there. It looked like there was a significant increase in outside services. So I just wanted to increase 25%. I just wanted to know a little bit more
Counselor,
about
sorry,
that.
can you just speak closer to the mic so
Sure.
we can hear you?
Yes, on page 14, and I'm looking at outside services, it increased 25% for elections, and I was just looking for some backstory on that and what that's about.
Madam Clerk?
Would that be for the finance to answer that? Through the chair to Mr. Gringus.
So if I'm not mistaken, I hope Mike can help me with this one. We did have an increase in our salaries for poll workers for their day. I'm not sure if that's what that's referring to. If you give me a minute.
Isn't it because of the fact that there could be there's multiple elections this year? And you need the additional poll workers and coverage for the 2 elections this year?
So
Last year was just 1, I believe?
last year was just one election because we didn't have a primary, and this year we do have 2 elections. And like I said, we also had an increase last year for the first time, and so you double that for this year.
Sorry. Page 12, in regards to, I saw in IT, travel expenses. I wasn't sure where, I know there was a call a few months back for a hiring freeze. I wasn't sure how travel expenses were being affected by that. It seemed as though IT had $12,000 in travel expenses. So I just wanted some stance on where we are with travel. Is that something that's a freeze right now or business as usual?
The the IT department, if you're talking about travel expenses, that we get stipend because we use our own vehicle run for the IT department, as the mayor mentioned, that we oversee numerous departments and agencies throughout the city, and we often travel from one location to another and use our own vehicle. And that line item specifically, pay us to use our own, except like charging mileage and gas. So we get that so that we cover all widows anytime that we go from one location to another. And that's been implemented for us and then for everybody else as well.
Sure, thank you for explaining that. I saw on another document that there was a stipend for things, so this was labeled travel expenses, so it caught my attention that they weren't aligning, so I wasn't sure if one was different than the other, but they're both the same.
Yeah,
Thank you for clarifying. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Are there any other counselors with questions on the general government section? All right, so with the reductions that the council made, and I'll ask Mr. Gingras to check my math, we would look for a motion to approve the general government total of $6,441,997.79.
Can you please repeat that number?
$6,441,997.79.
Yeah, let's just go through the reductions, I think, just to make sure we all have the same that we're working off of. We made a $100,000 reduction in the reserve fund.
Yes.
In the mayor's office, there was a reduction of $1,460.86 in my salary, and then $1,000 in mayor postage.
Yes.
And then there was a $2,500 reduction for the finance office outside services.
Yes. And then we have the salary reduction for the city council as well.
$4,251.97.
That's what I have different.
So yeah, if we can just add those up and reduce it from the proposed.
What was it? What was the city council?
4251.97 cents.
Okay, we're on the same page now. The total motion would be for the general government, $6,440,608.17.
So that figure, if I may, Madam Chairman?
Councilor Gamache.
The total figure is $6,440,608.17. That's the correct figure?
That's correct.
I'd move to approve general government for a total of $6,440,608.17. So moved.
Councilors, you heard the motion. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Councilors Daigle.
Yes.
Gamache. Hockman.
Yes.
Turco.
Yes.
Manning Martin.
Yes.
Welton.
Yes.
Rozignol.
Yes.
Ladoff. Corriveau. Higgins.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, councilors. What is the council okay to move forward to the next section? It's been 2 hours. Okay. So we'll move on to public safety. Councilor Gamache.
Yes, if I could ask the chief. No, we're on police, aren't we?
Chief Griffin.
Chief Griffin.
Thank you.
Chief Griffin. Wrong chief.
Try to cut the line, chief.
Too many chiefs, not enough Indians.
Good evening.
Good evening, Chief. Thanks for being here. I've always had pet peeves with overtime. It says here that the actual year-to-date for police overtime is 1.675 million. The base budget was 1.85 million. Is that 1.6 million correct?
As of this printing, it is, yeah. Right now, it's probably about 1.81.
1.81?
We're about $35,000 short of the 1850.
Okay. I know that a lot of the overtime for the police department is shadowing for, I mean, the contract says that they're supposed to be with another officer, is that correct? When they're out in the street?
When we have new trainees, they do field training, and we just implemented in the newest contract with the sergeants to do a training program where they would be shadowing, yes.
Is that shadowing done with overtime?
The trainee is not on overtime, no, they're working. Both of them are working, but the officer that's actually doing the training, every shift they get 1 hour of overtime to do the paperwork required. Every time they work a shift, the field trainer spends some time after the fact filling out documents relative to what happened on that shift for purposes of training.
And the reason why is I think that, you know, the mayor in his initial address to the council said that we have to push for efficiency. And we're not cutting employees, we're not doing, you know, any of that such thing, but I think that I would personally like to cut your overtime budget. And I think that's one area that we can agree to disagree, that if we manage the overtime a little bit better, we may be able to reduce that overtime fee. And I know that you said you're going to be about $1,850.
Right,
close
and that's,
to the $1,850.
that includes grants that we've gotten over the years, that includes some of the training that we've done, some of the community policing events that we've done that we've been able to pay for through seizure money that has brought that number down. My goal was to stay under the 1850 as best as we could. We'll probably be a little bit over that, but, you know, going forward, we're going to have to, it'll be a challenge. I'd have to work with, you know, the council as best we can. I'll work with the officers at the police station, but we worked very hard the last 4 months after the last time I was here with the help of Officer Rose and the union, with the help of a lot of the officers at the police station to trim it down and to look at different ways that we can save some money.
Another question concerning, I know we get to keep part of the money on seizures and stuff like that. We don't keep it all, but
correct.
You know. How about traffic violations?
I think that goes back to the general fund in the city.
Okay. What I would like to see, personally, is that we see more police presence with radars in the neighborhood. I know that every officer can't do it, but I think that that's one area that we can increase revenue, per se. And as a ward councilor, and I'm sure as the rest of the city councils get the calls about speeding and stuff like that, do you know what the estimate, off the top of your head, would you know how much we received in violations this year?
I could get that for you. I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay.
No. I don't encourage officers to do traffic enforcement to generate revenue, though.
It's not revenue, it's a safety issue.
Oh, I agree with that. I have no problem with that.
Yeah, I'm not saying that, but this is one way of policing our streets from traffic violations.
Yes.
And I'm not saying, you know, like the old saying goes, it's the end of the month, you got to make your ticket, you know, your ticket requirement. I'm not saying
we don't
that.
have.
And I understand that, but what I would like to see is if we could get some more radar on the major streets, especially in West Peabody with Lowell Street, Lake Street. Now that Lowell Street's resurfaced, it's more of a drag than we had before. But I would like to see more enforcement of speeding areas throughout the city. I mean, you hit Lynn, Washington, Linfield, at Lowell Street and Lake Street, you're gonna do well. And you know, I'll go back to the old story. The people that call me and I say, you know, we'll put a radar out there, and they're the ones that are speeding, but it's not my fault.
Well, that does happen.
So if they call me and say, you know, I got a ticket, I say, I don't care. But I would like to see that
Okay.
that taken care of. My biggest pet peeve is overtime. And I know you've had a lot of officers out and stuff like that, same thing with the fire department, but I'd like to cut $100,000 from that account and try to work within the 1,750,000 instead of the 1,850,000 is proposed by the mayor. And let's try to continue the movement we've been going with the last 4 months. I think you'll be able to do it. I hope that you can do it. And that would be my proposal, to reduce that line item 51130 overtime earnings from 1,850,000 to 1,750,000. So moved.
Councilors, you heard the motion. Any discussion? Councilor Turco.
Thank you. Council, I'll support the motion, but, you know, I've obviously put some time and thought into this, and if they spend the 1.85, we're going to pay it anyway. So I'm not really sure if it's a real cut. I like it. I get what you're trying to do, but if, just like this year, if police and fire go over on their overtime, we're going to pay it. We're going to pay it out of free cash. So I'd almost rather budget for the, I mean, it's going to look good for us to cut, you know, $100,000 off the police overtime and probably be less of a tax increase to the resident because of it. But then at the end game, I think we're going to turn around just like we did this year and take, what do we take out of free cash through you, Madam Chair, to the mayor? For police and fire overtime, or was it there a supplemental?
Yeah, it was over $100,000, certainly.
Right, I think some of my co-councilors are mentioning maybe 2.1 million that we spent in police and fire overtime.
Between the two of them, yeah, it's, yeah. So it'd be about 500 between the two.
So, yeah, we could say all day long, we're going to cut the overtime, but to what end? At the end of the year, we'll probably take it out of free cash. I mean, if you want to roll the dice and take that chance, I guess we could. But on the other side of it, I'd almost like to responsibly budget for it, because it looks like that's what they've spent for the last 5 years, is roughly that number. I was trying to prevent taking any money out of free cash later on. But again, I'll support your motion if you want to move forward with it, just kind of giving you both sides of the story.
Yes, thank you, Councilor, and I appreciate that. The issue with the budget is specifically to maintain the budget. And there's very few items in here that you can key on in order to reduce what we need to be reduced. And my theory is that, as the chief has alluded to, you know, since they came in for the appropriation 4 months ago, they've been doing a hell of a job, and thanks to Officer Ritchie and everybody else in the department that have you know, done it. And if there's circumstances that says you have to come back in, I hope not, but I think that if we're going to tighten our belts and push for efficiency, this is probably the only line item in your budget that you can actually improve on, by the looks of it. So I'm going to stick with the motion. I hope that the council can see that we need to try to control the overtime. I'm going to make the same motion for the fire department. It's the only mechanism within the budgets that we can control. And I think that's something that we should look at. So the motion, I'm going to leave the motion on the table, reducing it by $100,000.
Councilor Walton.
Thank you, Madam President. When we did meet a couple months back to talk about supplemental expenses related to overtime, we had talked about maybe getting some comps.
We did.
Could you maybe share, I think we had talked offline, possibly Beverly, Haverhill, some comparable sized communities?
it's difficult to compare because different cities break their budgets out different ways. This is a basically all the overtimes in one pot, and as we go through our year, if I need it for training, if I need it for this, for that, it gets taken out. Whereas other cities, they'll specifically say, okay, we're going to put 200,000 into training for this. We're going to put 300,000 into training for this. You know, $1 million into backfilling for patrol. We don't have it broken out like that, so it's kind of difficult to like compare them.
Is there a general sense, and we're going to ask this to Captain Dowling as well, is there a general sense comparatively, are we in line with what our regional comps are spending in overtime?
I think we're pretty close to what other cities around us are doing. It's just difficult to say specifically what they're allotting the money for.
I think, Councilor Gamache, I appreciate your efforts to trim the budget by any means necessary, and I understand that, but I think this is one I'm not comfortable voting on until we get more clarity in terms of where the 185, you know, kind of stacks, because I don't know how to run a police department. I don't know how to run a fire department. I'm kind of leaning on their expertise, and if it's not as easy as saying, okay, well, if we take 1.8 and we hire more police officers or hire more firemen when we get to firefighters, when we get to that line. I've had conversations with both chiefs offline. It's not as easy as just bringing in somebody else to make that overtime go away. Structurally, the way that the departments are run, there's a need for a base level of overtime. I'm not confident I know what that is. And you know, in these situations, I'm going to be deferential to each of the chiefs. So I really do, Councilor Gamache. I know we got to find a lot of money, but this is just an area that, unfortunately, I can't support. But I really appreciate you bringing it up. Thanks.
Councilor Rossignol.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Through you to the chief, actually to Councilor Gamache. I will support this, but along the same lines as Councilor Turco. What I don't want to see is them come back before us with a supplemental. And they've done it every year. And I know a couple of years ago, through you, Ms. Chairwoman, to the chief, before it was a staffing issue, now that staffing has improved, I would like to see a way to parse out what the overtime is actually going to. So to your point, what you just said is everything just kind of gets thrown into one pile. If you could parse out and see exactly where most of the overtime dollars are going, maybe we can then really kind of pinpoint and see if we can then cut that down. I think that's really going to be the key, is instead of just keeping it in one general pile and just saying, oh yeah, let's just take it out of overtime, I think if we really look and kind of dig a little further, we'll be able to see exactly what the biggest driver of that is.
Sure.
Thank you.
Councilor Daigle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the mayor and/or Mr. Gingras, this number, any contractual obligations or rate changes, is that baked into that and factored in if there's any increases for next fiscal year?
Well, certainly the 3% increases increase the hourly rate. So there is certainly that factor. You're right.
Thank you, and back to you, Mr. Mayor. You opened up, I made a note in your opening remarks about delays in hiring any retiring police and fire. I tend to not support a reduction, but I also would like to hear that plan before voting on this, because if we're not filling positions, that is going to affect the OT number as well.
Yeah, and it's been when we did have lower numbers, the OT was significant. Now that we have better numbers, the OT is still significant. I haven't really seen a difference in police and fire in terms of where we are with numbers. The overtime is exorbitant. In terms of the police and fire, you're going to see that I didn't fill positions, one, because we were under a hiring freeze, and I didn't move forward with some hiring because we have a hiring freeze at the moment. And I was just looking for opportunities for open positions through retirements so that people didn't lose their jobs. So through some retirements, I kept a position. I didn't fund it because I feel like that was discussions that we were going to have as a community. We need our police officers and firefighters. I'm willing to work with them on a plan to bring the numbers where they need to be. But I just held it where they are, one, because we're trying to save some dollars, also because of the hiring freeze, and, you know, I figured those were going to be discussion points.
Thank you, Mayor.
But it is not I'm sorry to come, I have not seen yet a direct relationship between fully staffed and less overtime. I haven't seen that.
All right, I need to process, but the previous question about the 3%, with that being said, I like to be conservative, but I would like to stay with the number that's proposed, just because I think that it will go to use, assuming that, you know, everyone will be conservative with overtime. Thank you.
Did I see a hand on this side? No? Councilor Turco?
Thank you. As everybody was talking, and Councilor Gamache, I know there's a motion on the floor, but it's related. Chief, when we were looking at the overtime before, I actually briefly discussed this with the mayor. There's one particular employee in your department, and it's somewhat related to Councilor Manning's questioning, that makes a significant amount of overtime. I think it's like roughly 8% of your overtime to one employee, and that was due to downloading the body cams and some other. I mean, it was a significant difference between everybody else. So
Yeah.
Is there a contractual obligation to have a police officer download those body cams, or is that
Well,
something?
I think due to the nature of what is on those particular videos and things, but there's a, you know, and if under the IT umbrella, there's a lot more that what that particular individual does. That particular individual is also heavily involved in the new facility, which has a ton of IT components. He's heavily involved in our radio system, which anytime there's an issue with that, we have to, you know, he's the expert on it. Just the other day, we got notified by I think it was the water department, that they're cleaning the towers. And now we got to figure out what to do with all of our antennas. So there's constant work. I think what's kind of gone on in that particular arena in the police department is the profession has kind of gone fast forward, and we're trying to keep up. And you know, once we get to where we need to be fully with all our staffing, it'll be something that is gonna take care of itself. Once that facility is built, I mean, that's almost a full-time position in and of itself, with all the IT components in that. Between the shooting range is all computerized. The simulation room is all computerized. We're going to have a huge training facility that's all, you know, computerized with jacks in the floors. And that all needs to be, as you know, from trades and unions, you gotta keep track of what's going on and make sure all of that's being done the right way, so we don't have change orders and things like that. So once we move past that, a lot of that's gonna temper it down. But in response to that, we've moved an officer out of patrol. He's working part-time in that area right now to try and alleviate some of that. He's doing some of his shifts with the detectives, but he's also doing a lot of stuff with the IT. And we've also just recently put another officer in that particular area to try and alleviate some of that stress as well. So I think over time, it's going to take care of itself. But to answer your question, in terms of the body cameras, I do believe it should be a sworn officer or someone that potentially at some point down the line, if we were to look at a civilian, I would probably want to have like a former law enforcement officer, just because of the nature of what we're looking at. You know, a lot of things need to be redacted. There's a lot of sensitivity into what could be seen.
Right, okay, and the reason, you know, I asked that obviously because of the significant difference between, you know, the significant amount of your overtime that one employee gets, but also because I happened to watch the Revere City Council budget hearing last week, and they hired 2 civilians, part-time, no benefits, and to your point, I believe former police officers, to download
Right. The
cameras,
district
so-
attorney's office, I think, has like 4 or 5 that, because the DAs can't watch, potentially you could have a half an hour you have to watch just for, significant things that take up only 3 minutes of the video, but you have to watch the whole thing. And then to do all the redactions and stuff is very time consuming. The Lynn Police, they have 3 sworn officers that deal with their body cameras. So, as I said, the profession's kind of fast-forwarded on us in a lot of these areas. And it's not just that particular function that he's involved in. I just want to make that clear as well.
Yeah, and you do have one full-time IT person in your
Correct,
department, though.
yeah. And that individual, he's a civilian, and he would handle the day-to-day. I locked myself out of my computer, my printer's not working, any updates through that need to get done either through our record management system or through Microsoft's always doing updates. Keeping track of as the other IT guy said, keeping track of the different layers, the different firewalls and things that we need to have in place. And those are his responsibilities. And then, we have, other stuff that's much more sensitive that needs, it pretty much needs an officer to have involved.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Manning Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think, Chief, you've already covered all of my concerns with respect to overtime in that position. I just had a couple other questions, because I understand body cam, and you definitely need, it's very sensitive materials, so you definitely need someone in the business to do that. So do you just have one individual that is getting overtime and handling all of these things?
Previously, we did. Now, as I said, we made some personnel changes. If there's, hopefully that reduces the need for the overtime, but
Right.
it wouldn't just go to one individual person.
Okay, and what's the rank of these individuals that have this
The other 2 are
expertise?
patrol officers.
Okay. Okay, you've answered all my questions on that. So, yeah, because certainly if they are of rank, you
It costs more.
cost a lot more, and we need to have police officers on the street and supervisors supervise, not be, fixing computers. We should definitely get away from that. And, but it sounds like you already have a plan in place to get there. So, thank you.
Councilor Higgins.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I had a question regarding the overtime budget, and particularly concerning, my question is connected to Councilor Kamash's reduction of $100,000. And I have the same fear as the other councilors that already brought up the fact that I just feel like that sounds like a good move. For us, we take $100K out, and then at the next thing you know, we're doing a transfer out of free cash to make up for the huge difference, if there is one. My question to the chief, and I don't know if this is really a fair question, but I'm looking at the overtime, and we see 2023 was 1.84 million, 2024 2.1 million, 2025 just about 2 million. 2026 we got 1.675 million according to what's in this book. And I guess I should direct a question to the mayor, to Director Gingras. How old is that number that was in this book? Was that 3 months to go on the fiscal year when that number was posted? How many?
During May. It was posted during May.
I'm sorry, I can't quite hear your...
Said May.
It's May.
That was up to May. Okay. So it looks like we got another month to go on that, and we're going to be pretty close.
Well, as I said, yeah, I looked at the number this morning. I had, my administrative aide was here, pull the number this morning, and I think it was at 1815. I'm not counting that 300 that was added in. I'm trying to stay under the number as best we can. We're probably going to, in all honesty, go over the 1.85. But we've been working pretty hard with the patrol officers, with the other unions, with some seizure money we had, with some grant money that we had. We were able to put together, some transfers through Mike and able to try and keep the number as close. I don't like coming back asking for more money. Don't take that the wrong way, but I like all of you folks, but that's not a comfortable conversation, and we try to work hard to not get to that point.
No, and we like you very much as well. But so I want to say you've done a good job looking at the numbers because they have been dropping. So congratulations, that's good to see. But I just wanted to know do you foresee, due to the changes that you've made, and I don't know how all the changes that you've made in your department covering things that Councilor Manning Martin brought up, do you foresee yourself for next year in that department being able to get even further under the 1.85?
I think with the officers we have in the academy right now, they'll be out in November, so they'll impact this budget. We're looking to send some more in the future, and we have some people out on long-term injury, which I know at least one is definitely coming back within a few weeks, and then maybe others shortly thereafter we'll be able to make some movement with. And right now we have 5 that are out on injury. If we can reduce that down to 2 or 3, and then get at least those 6 from the academy, that's a big improvement for us. And if we have 5 more that are coming shortly behind that, I think things are going in the right direction.
Do you think you'll be able to hit 1.75?
Well, I hope so, and we're going to work hard. We're going to look for more grants. Like I said, I do have some seizure money still. I know some of the 911 grants that we have, a lot of times we split that with equipment and training for the dispatchers and things like that. Where we're moving up to the new facility, we're not going to need the money for some of the construction stuff that's already included in the facility, so potentially we have an opportunity there to pull some more money back that way. I have someone that works in the building that does a great job writing grants that helps me out, and we're always looking for ways to get creative with the funding.
Thank you very much.
On the motion, Councilor Hoffman.
Thank you. Welcome, Chief. Good to see you.
You too.
Yeah. And thank you for you and your department do for the entire city and surrounding communities as well. You guys do a great job.
Thank you.
And when you were before us on that supplemental budget for the overtime, we had a conversation about a majority of that was related to the Republic strike, and a lot of your staff. By the way, I'm not interested in telling you how to run your department, and I don't know how you run your department. I don't know the first thing about policing, and I'm grateful for what you do.
Thank you.
Don't take any of this. This is really just something I'd like to see, perhaps if possible. We talked about the Republic strike in particular. You had 4 officers on detail pretty much 24 hours a day.
There was more than that. Yeah, there was,
at each site, right? I think.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, probably about a dozen to 16.
Yeah, which led to some of your department who are salaried at lower than sergeant rate, making sergeant rate, I think, at the detail, which was an inducement. I think it's just by the contract, which is fine. It's negotiated, and that's great. But it was an inducement for people to perhaps work the detail and call out on the shift that they might have been scheduled for. And you have an obligation to keep, us safe. And unfortunately, some people were required to maybe stay and work a double shift or get called in, and that contributed to overtime.
Yeah, they can't call out sick and work. There's a mandatory timeout period, but they could take a day off and work.
I don't want, like I said, I don't want to get into the particulars. What I'd like to, and where I'm leading on this with Councilor Gamache's motion, is during whatever bargaining that takes place, and I've never bargained with the police department, so I don't know what that process is like, and I know that there's a lot of different units within the police department that bargain, is somehow tightening that up, right? I mean, I'm all for if there's a detail and it needs to be filled, and there's healthy officers who are available or retirees and they work the detail, that's great. Let them make some extra dough. But if it comes at a cost to taxpayers, that's where I kind of cross a little bit of a line. And we, like I said, I broached this subject with you a few months ago. If we can somehow, and I don't know if we can, but tighten up that detail language. I don't know if it's in the bargaining agreements with each of the units.
There's a bargaining, part of the bargaining allows 3 officers to take the night off, so that they can do that.
Yeah.
Beyond that, you know, they would have to take a sick day, and if they take a sick day, they can't work another shift for,
Yeah.
I believe, may even be as much as 36 hours.
And I think that, you know, this Republic issue was an extreme issue, right? Because it was a long period of time, and there were a lot of sites that your staff needed to be at in order to protect, you know, a whole bunch of people involved. So I don't, you know, I hope the city doesn't experience that again.
So do
So I'm
I.
hoping that we stay within, as Councilor Higgins was talking about, we stay within or below what's budgeted in the appropriated budget and don't have to look at a supplemental. That's really what hurt, in my opinion. So again, I'm not telling you or the mayor had a bargain, but that seemed to be a big part of that number was people who weren't working their regular shift. Yes, they were on details for Republic, and then the need for coverage just because that's the nature of your business.
Are there any other comments on the motion on the floor? Councilor Gamache.
I just want to add, and I want to thank the chief and the officers who have come on board and tried to reduce this number. I think that's fantastic. I think with your, hopefully, 3 long-term injuries or sickness come back and give you
That'll
3
help
extra.
out
Then
quite
you
a
get
bit,
the 6 recruits coming in November. Right now, if you look at it, I'm not a math major, but at 1.8 million out of a $10 million salary line, you're looking at 20%. And to me, I don't think 20% is feasible, and I may be wrong. Am I correct?
Councilor, no, I just need you to speak into your microphone so I can hear you.
I'm sorry. You couldn't hear me? So it's about 20% is overtime. So $100,000 with 6 new recruits and 3 guys coming back from long-term, $100,000 is, out of 1.8 million is, I think, accomplishable. And that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to make sure that, you know, we push for the efficiency and drop that 20% of overtime down to 18% overtime or whatever it figures out to be. And, you know, you're only talking a small amount of money, $100,000. And I think with the 9 people coming back that it's attainable. So I just hope that the council will, and, you know, I don't want to, I go through this every year because every year there's this
It's just, it's unpredictable that, like, people could get hurt.
It is unpredictable, and I agree with you.
And that's the challenge.
And it is a challenge.
That's what we have to deal with.
I'm not going to deny it's a challenge, and you never know when someone's going to get hurt or someone's going to, you know, retire or something like that. And that's part of what the budget process is all about. But $100,000 out of 1.85 million is, to me, it's something that's attainable. I mean, I could have been really unrealistic and gone for 300,000, but I don't want to do that. And I don't want you to come back for supplemental either. So it's kind of it's the stick and the carrot. I'm trying to get you to come down a little bit, and hopefully next year you're at 1.75 million, and we're all happy, and you got a full complement of employees, and we're good to go.
Great.
So I just wanted to bring that up. It's, you know, any company that has a 20% overtime rate in the private sector can't survive. So so I'm going to leave the motion on the floor to reduce the overtime earnings, count number 51130, by $100,000.
Councilors, you heard the motion. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Councilors Daigle,
No.
Gamache.
Yes.
Parkman.
No.
Turco.
Yes.
Manning Martin.
Yes.
Welton.
No.
Rozignol.
Yes.
Ladoff.
No.
Corvo.
No.
Higgins.
No.
Peach.
Yes.
Motion fails 6-5.
Wow.
Councilor Gamache. Any other councilors? Councilor Hockman.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Chief, thanks again. You know, Councilor Gamache is right. There aren't a lot of lines to look at in your budget, but there are a few, if you don't mind us having a conversation. And I don't know if it's anomalies that come up from time to time, but in particular, the clothing uniform allowance line. You budgeted at 140 last year, you spent 79 rounding up, and we're asked to budget you at 120, which is a $20,000 reduction already. But is that an anomaly for some reason, or are you expecting a decline in that line year?
What happens with that number is always traditionally low around when this budget is put together. The offices tend to spend a lot right near the end. The other issue is with something like that, we have, again, getting back to like the seizure money and that kind of stuff, I could help supplement that, so I thought that might be a way to try and reduce some of the budget that way as well. But I anticipate that 78 going up, especially because we just had some kids. Anytime you send them to the academy, there's a whole bunch of equipment you got to purchase, and then, so I think by the end of the year, it'll be closer, over 100 anyways.
So you think the 120 is the mark that you need?
Yeah, because we'll be able to supplement that on the other side as well with some of our funds.
And then I'm a little concerned that you may have underfunded computer maintenance.
Yeah, again, that number there, we just received information that there's a grant that's been reallocated for about $12,000, which is going to drop that number down. We're going to be moving, as I was talking about, so there's a lot of new equipment already. And again, same thing as with the clothing, we have the opportunity to help out with some of the funding that we have. So I just felt that that's another way for, the department to help bring the numbers down.
Thank you. And I'm going to apologize in advance. This may be somewhat rhetorical, but you work in a municipal building, right?
Yes.
Your department's housed in a municipal building.
Yes.
Right. And I look at line 52111, you paid $88,129 this year to PMLP, right? That's...
Yes.
Yeah, which is about 20% of the payment in lieu of taxes that they provide to us. It's like we're paying ourselves, we're getting paid with our own money. I think it was Rounders was the movie where I'm going to pay you with your own money. And Chief, I appreciate you answering that. There are going to be a whole bunch of department heads that I'm going to ask the same question to. Because my point's going to be that in this budget, we have about $1.2 million in PMLP expenses, and we get $600,000 in payment in lieu of taxes for property. And look, PMLP is a quasi-municipal entity, and they provide a great service. Again, I'm not addressing that. They have great leadership. They have a fantastic commission and provide a great service. But I feel like the payment in lieu of taxes might just be a little bit light, particularly since they bill us twice what they pay in lieu of taxes for schools, for municipal buildings, and it just rubs me a little bit, and I appreciate you standing there listening to me. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Councilor Ladoff.
Hi, Chief. Through the chair to you. I had a question in regards to the parking clerk. I had a great chance meeting with him. He's a wonderful person. It was great to learn more about how the background of the logistics of the parking meters work. Just more of a statement. I think there's an opportunity for revenue that's being left on the table by not, no one's going to be liking me for saying this, like no one's really being ticketed downtown. And that's going to help us. People head to the Children's Museum, people head to the library, dining, to myself. And what's great is that parking app is wonderful. So I see people like in restaurants checking their app to make sure that we make it so easy to get more time that I'd love to see people ticketed so we can get the revenue for it.
Yeah, there was some issues with the previous app that we were using. We've since gone to the newer app. I forget, Ross can tell me the name. I forget the name of it, but
we just switched over to, I think, Passport, which is other cities and towns are using. I've been working closely with the parking clerk trying to get that implemented. It was very hard to go ticket somebody when they would come back with a receipt. We've had it multiple times that someone came to my office saying, hey, I have a receipt from the the kiosk, but it never populated to the machines. So what was happening was we were ticketing people, and then we'd have to say, oh, we can't give you a ticket because you actually, the ticket was 5 minutes after the person just paid. So it was a very hard port. So we've been working on that with the parking clerk. We just finished that up this past month.
I think he just put something out the other day on Facebook about it, stickers that are on the meter heads now. So I think there was a level of frustration with the guys because they were trying to ticket people, and then all of a sudden it's like, what is going on? And you know how people get frustrated with technology, they shy away from it. So with the new program in place, I think you'll see an increase as we go forward.
That's great to hear. I do see people using it, and so it's great to know that. I wasn't sure with the revenue that's generated from tickets, where does that go? Is that in a general fund or?
I believe it goes into the general fund, or it may go into parking meter maintenance too. Yeah, into the parking meter maintenance, which is in the budget. And then it's used for any upkeep for the meters and things like that. We have in the past, when the fund has gotten up high enough, purchased a cruiser with it, things like that are related to traffic, so that so it kind of is related to the parking situation. And Nino's going to need it for equipment that goes along with this new program. There's printers that are in particular cars. I think there's special phones that they have to use to do the ticketing and things like that for some of the offices. So I think that's where that funding will end up at.
Yeah, as I was saying before, I think there's opportunity if we had a part-time person doing, I'm going to say the incorrect word, but like a meter maid or a meter person who during business hours or from a part-time basis would ticket. I know right now he said it basically pays for his salary and maintenance, which is great because it's not really costing money, it's self-fulfilling, but there could be opportunity that maybe it could double and that could head into the fund.
Any other counselors? Looks like we're sticking to police for right now. Seeing none. Does anyone have any questions for the fire chief?
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Councilor Turco.
Just regarding fire, I just wanted to mention as I walked up to throw my trash out, the John Brophy, president of the Fires Union, decided to give us $1,000 toward the fireworks. So I just wanted to say thank you to, well, I guess it's the Fire Union, not John Brophy. Apologies. So I think the whole E-Board is there. So I just wanted to say thank you to the E-Board for that. Chief, while you're up there, obviously you're going to get the same question. You always get off the hook a little bit. Chief Griffin takes the brunt for you, and then nobody has anything for you.
Going second.
Yeah. Overtime, same issue. I mean, where are you guys on the
We've
overtime?
actually we've done real well since I was there in March. Our big issue, as you know, last year in June when I was here, at the time we had 14 firefighters out long-term illness. That continued through the rest of that calendar year, but January, February, March, we started getting some people back to work. Right now we're down to 5, so that has helped a lot. So I got some numbers here. So from last January to June, we spent $894,000 and plus in overtime. That was in fiscal year 25. This fiscal year, from January to June 11th of this year, we've spent $476,000. So we're $400,000 less than last year. So getting those people back to work has helped us tremendously.
Yeah, so when you and I last spoke, I kind of knew the answer because we had spoken about it, and I just wanted to say thank you. You guys really kind of reined it in. I think it was everybody all together that worked to try to stop, the
I'd like to thank the firefighters that are here tonight, that have showed up to support the fire department, support me. So it's much appreciated. And they've done a great job, tightening their belts also. We've had discussions, Captain Brophy and I, and he's gone back to the union, and everyone's been great.
Yeah, so, I neglected to mention the police department and the whole thing, but as we saw, there was a huge reduction from the time we did the supplemental. I think it was eye-opening to all of us, and the unions and management worked together well to try to curtail it and rein it in. So I'm glad to see it, and glad to see that everybody took it very seriously. So Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Councilor Manning Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the chief. Chief, same questions as the police chief addressed. Are you still using firefighters to handle overtime in-house? Paying overtime for them to handle computer
we do.
glitches in-house?
We do, but it's minimal. IT, is Frank still here? Frank and Peter are still here. They still handle so we're on the same system as City Hall, computers, phone, internet, everything. So if we have an issue, we call the help desk. They'll come, they'll show up. They've been here for the last 2 weeks. They've been in our office handling some phone issues. As far as the in-house stuff, our own technology budget's like 55 grand. We're a little bit over that because of just the cost have gone up of our platforms we use. But if something happens to one of those, then we go to our IT department. And it's Captain Russ Lewis. He's here tonight. He's in charge of the IT department. We also have 2 other employees, a lieutenant and a firefighter that also fill in. But Captain Lewis works days. So if something happens in the office Monday to Friday, he's here. He's not getting overtime. If it's a weekend or a night, he will. But for the most part, we are saving money having him on days.
So if it happens overnight, you call a captain in at a captain's pay for overtime to fix a
Correct.
computer glitch? Why wouldn't you call IT?
Because
City IT?
Well, they're not on call. He is. He's also our safety officer. He's on call 24/7 as our safety officer. And I'll vouch for him, he's as knowledgeable with computers as anybody. And Frank can probably take him any day to work in his department.
Well, that's fine, Chief, but I think it's a bad practice to have staff. Let me finish.
Sure.
I think it's a bad practice to have line staff, as I mentioned earlier, and this is probably the 3rd year, maybe even 4th year, probably before your time, but I know I have raised this issue while you have been chief and probably prior to that. Again, cybersecurity, it's a bad practice, and to have staff have full access to fixing computers is just, you have a division that does that, and to call in a captain at a captain's pay for overtime on nights or weekends or a Sunday and pay that amount of money to fix a small computer problem is not, it doesn't cut down on any risk. It actually increases risk. And it's very expensive to the taxpayers to be paying that hourly rate when we should really be doing more in line with what the police chief has done to get away from doing that. And you sound pretty defensive about trying to get away from that and to have better use of taxpayer dollars with respect to overtime and better use of staff. So nothing personal, but when you're up here year after year, you get sick of saying the same things and having no one really take heed of it and try to make improvements when we're trying to improve services, improve function, and keep an eye out for the taxpayers' dollars. So that being said, I have Councilor Gamache, that you're fine with the fire overtime?
Councilor Gamache.
If I may, I'm not fine with the overtime, to be honest with you, but I'm not going to put a motion out there and get heckled and shot down because I know that based on the last vote, but I'll throw it out there anyways. I'm going to make a motion to reduce the fire department's overtime by $100,000. That's a form of a motion.
The mayor would like to just comment on the overtime, and then we'll go through discussion on the council.
All right. Thank you, Council. I just wanted to bring something up because I do think there's some concerns with some of the police officers and firefighters that are here today about staffing, because I did put a hold on hiring out of concern just because there was a council motion and trying to work within the budget. And trying to preserve jobs. When some retirements came, I did put the positions in the budget, but they're not funded. I would like to meet with the fire department and the police department on this pretty quickly. But what I think I'd like to propose, hearing these numbers, and I know the fire department has really done a good job with this. I know the police are working on it as well, and trying to work with the chiefs on the overtime. I've always felt that overtime is more directly related to injuries and people being out long-term than to full staffing levels. But it can go either way. But in terms of the numbers that have been presented, I would like to request that the council give some thought to taking the 200 fire overtime and putting that into the full-time employee numbers. And on the police, taking the 100 overtime, putting that towards staffing. And the bottom line item is technology on police. And I'd like to take 100 out of that. I know that's for body cameras, but I think there might be another way to do that. What I guess I'm asking is, I am a little concerned. I put a hold on it because of the hiring freeze. But I do think that we need to fund a couple of these positions. So I'm asking the council to consider taking the 200 that I put in for overtime addition this year, and considering how well the fire department is doing at the moment with some of the employees coming back, and we're working on some retirements, that I think the 200,000 could be better spent getting the full-time positions filled. On the police department, the same thing. Taking the 100,000, it's certainly a little bit of a risk with the police department. And then take the 100 out of technology, which is the bottom item on the page, and putting that towards staffing. I think that'll give some more comfort to the police and fire to have a plan showing the financial numbers being there to bring up the staffing. You know, we're looking at, for the police department, we're looking at an academy in November, and I think there's another one in January. I would like to get some people in the November academy as well, and maybe have some more in the January. So I think there's some concern here that I've heard from police officers and firefighters about those full-time positions not being filled. I think the money could be better served going in that way, get the staffing plan. I think that'll give more comfort to the firefighters and police officers. Is that fair to say, Councilor John? I know Rich was here earlier. That's what I heard. So that's my proposal, is to just shift that money. Again, still a little bit of a risk with overtime, but I feel like those numbers are a little bit better. Some people that have been on long-term are either retiring or coming back, and I think that's worth the risk. And I do feel that it'd be more comfort for the chiefs, the department as a whole, to have the funding for the full-time staffing positions. Sorry to kind of bring this a little bit later, but when I was doing the preparation a couple months back, I kind of felt like I needed to present a budget that didn't have those positions filled because we were doing a hiring freeze at the time. So I hope that makes a little bit of sense.
Thank you, Mayor. There's a motion on the floor to reduce the line item. Councilor Gamache, would you like to move
I
forward?
will withdraw my motion as long as we can accept the conversion of the $200,000 to go to another line item. We're not cutting the budget, but we're reallocating the monies from overtime to personnel. I feel comfortable with that. And I would hope that the line item is going to be reduced, excuse me, in overtime, and I would hope that both chiefs can come in at that overtime budget that we have allotted.
So yeah, thank you, Council. The motion would be for the police department, take the $100,000 allotted to overtime, have that transferred to full-time salaries, and the bottom line item, which is technology, 58304, would be reduced to $100,000 and put towards full-time salaries. For the fire department...
Sorry, Mayor. I understand what you're trying to do. We don't have the ability to reallocate the funds by Mass General Law. We can't move it. You can move it, You can propose the move to us after we approve the budget, but we can vote on the total overall budget, and then you can come to us after the budget is voted on with that transfer, and we can do it before it's even needed. That would be, we just don't have the ability to do it. We can't legally
I withdraw my
reallocate.
motion.
Yeah, you're 100% correct, Counselor. Thank you. I can do it that way, and I pledge to everybody that that's what I'll do. And bring it to the council in writing.
Thank you. My only concern and my comment on that would be reallocating this to full-time positions will increase our health insurance costs. So the number of, so we're really talking about if it's, I think it's 4 positions that were unfunded, 2 from fire, 2 from police, correct me if I'm wrong. But that's another $100,000 in healthcare and benefit costs. So just for the council to have that information. Councilor Rossignol.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To that point, we also just voted down the subtraction of $100,000 from the police department. So that's not even there right now, technically.
I think the mayor is stating he would reduce the line item by 100,000, which the council did not do, and reallocate it to a full-time position. Councilor Welton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to clarify this because I think it matters. You had mentioned adding staff. Are we talking about patrolmen and firefighters? We're not talking about professional staff that are doing IT or whatever else, right?
No, it would be firefighters and police officers.
Okay, great, thanks. And I know this is kind of like on the fly. Like I'd like to just hear from each captain, or excuse me, each chief, that this is something that they feel like is in the best interest of each of their departments as well.
Yeah, we could use more firefighters, but the only downside to that is going to be by the time we hire them, get them trained in-house, go to the academy for 10 weeks, this probably won't really affect the FY27 budget. It'd be more for the next budget. Heavy vacation time's coming up, July, August, so it's going to be a lot of overtime spent. But if that's the mayor's wish, the council's wish, we can try to make it work. We also do a 3% raise in the department, so that's going to affect the overtime budget.
Councilor Welton.
Yeah, thank you. I just think, to the point made earlier, it's not exactly apples to apples. I think we need more firemen and more patrolmen as well, and I'll support this, but I think we should go into it eyes wide open that it's not going to completely reduce down the overtime budget. But I think it's a good effort, and it's going to get us to where we need to be, and as long as everybody's on board with that, I'd be happy to support it.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, and I did have some discussions with both chiefs, but perhaps if we just voted on the number, if everybody's comfortable with the number when we get to that point, then I can meet with the chiefs and the union leadership and try to figure out the best way to do that and allocate that money. I'm thinking staffing, but there could be some better arguments that from the chiefs or union leadership, and I think if we met, we can work that out as long as I know what the number is. And then I can do some, working with the chiefs, do some internal transfers within the budget itself.
Councilor Corriveau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make sure I understand this correctly. If we are, or if the mayor is going to reallocate those funds from overtime to salaries, I do share your concern about salaries and the benefits that we'd have to take on in those roles. And my additional concern is that they could potentially still use that money for overtime by coming before us for a supplemental that we would end up approving. So we could get whacked twice. Just wanted to share my thoughts on that and confirm that I have that correct.
Yes, Councilor, the mayor is proposing that if we were to vote on the overall budget, he would meet with the chiefs and the union representatives to reallocate funds from the overtime line item to whatever line item they see will best fit their departments.
Right, and we could still end up paying out that overtime regardless.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. I'm not saying I'm against it, I'm just trying to understand.
Yep.
Thank you.
Councilor Manning Martin.
Thank you. I think that is a good discussion to have, Mayor, and I thank you for proposing it and putting it on the table. I think that definitely getting together with the chiefs, you can formulate a better way to address the needs in their departments and get us more staffing in hopes of cutting down overtime as well. So I applaud you for jumping in there with that initiative and being open for that type of discussion. So thank you.
Councilor Turco.
Thank you. I mean, obviously I'm going to support this, but the issue is, I think both chiefs have already said that they can't commit to saving the overtime. So I would ask this, Mayor, if we're going to do this, I think it has to be maybe some from the overtime budget to make it manageable for them. But I think Chief, and Chief Griffin's not up there, but I'll speak to both of you through you. If you could find the nickels and dimes within the fire, whether it's fire safety budget or fire, wherever it may be, if you could find those and try to give us a portion in your discussion, not completely from the overtime budget, because they're not going to. They already said they're not going to make it. They have historically hit these numbers every year. Why would we expect it to change? So I want to be hopeful that it would with the addition of the staff, but I don't think so. So I'll support adding the staff back. But again, when you have that discussion, I don't think it can completely be a $200,000 reduction completely from overtime. I think the realistic thing to do is cut $100,000 on your end, Mayor, and then find another $100,000 in his budget somewhere where you can, pull from, whether it's supplies or wherever it may be, or we can get a grant chief. But I'm just trying to make this work and be realistic. We all know that the $200,000 is not going to get, they're going to come back for it. So they always have. But with that, Madam Chair, if you don't mind, the unions from both departments are here, and I would like to ask, at least as a courtesy, for their opinions on the overtime and whether they prefer, they're obviously going to prefer the staffing. I just want to open up the commentary to the unions because they've been here for 4 months, 4 hours, excuse me, I'm tired. 4 hours with us, and they've stood there. So if anybody would like to, Madam Chair, if you don't mind, from police or fire would like to get up to the podium and has anything to add, you're more than welcome to.
All right, good evening, late night. There's been a lot of good discussion here tonight, and obviously historically our overtime has been fairly consistent across the board, at least for the last couple of years. There's a lot that plays into that. Like the chief said, I think, what was the number, 14 or 16 out long term? That's a huge effect, and there's a direct correlation to how busy we are. I think we talked about at some point like 2012, right? Back in 2012, I want to say our average run numbers were quite around 6,500 to 7,000, right? We're at the point now, I think we're on track to hit 11,000. And that's with the same number of apparatus that were on the road back in 2012. Again, there's another direct correlation with that. As the runs go up, as the number of fires go up, the probability of injury goes up, which is going to increase the overtime budget. So obviously, I'll never say no to more staff. Based off national averages of the number of people that are assigned to a fire apparatus, we are below that. We have one company that does meet that. But the reality is more firefighters allow us to be more operationally efficient, be better at our jobs, provide better safety to the citizens, and it keeps us safer. Back during COVID, we had brownouts, right? My company was browned out for a significant period of time. We kind of got lucky because run numbers were down at that point because nobody wanted to leave their house. If that would have happened today, I think it'd be a very different story. Even during that time, I can remember we had back-to-back house fires in one shift, and it beats you up. There's a couple councils here that we ran you through some drills a few years ago, and we did some tours, and that was a quick 15-minute drill. The reality is we do that 4 or 5, sometimes 6 times at a single incident. And the more bodies that we have there to supplement our ability to mitigate the emergencies that we respond to, it makes everything safer. So that's where I would stand with that. I mean, I'm more than happy to answer any questions from our point of view, but I can tell you that we're very lucky. We have a chief that has done a lot for us, right? Our department has made great progression in, our training and what makes us safer, getting us better equipment. And I think we've had a great working relationship over the years, and I'd like to keep that going. But ensuring that hopefully our overtime doesn't get cut to the point that a supplemental has to be asked for and possibly gets denied. I can understand that, right? I've been at these meetings. I've heard you, and I understand that because fiscal responsibility is across the board. It affects our households. It affects the city. I get that. And I can appreciate the fact that, many members of the council, they want a number. They don't want us to come back. In order to do that, I think we need to be funded where historically our trend has been. That's obviously strictly my opinion from the union, so.
Thank you, Captain. So I guess I'll just end up with one question. Do you think you can continue the work you've been doing to try to curtail this overtime a little bit? You've been great. Just keep it in mind for the next year. I mean, it's going to tend to get lost in the shuffle. Of 6 months, we're going to forget all about this meeting. But I want you to remember just that, like, the mayor's done a good thing here to try to bring back staffing levels and make sure. And we're taking a roll in the dice on you also that we could do a better job of managing this. So I'd appreciate it if you just, keep it on the front burner. All right.
Yeah, and I can say from at least the union's perspective, we're obviously going to continue to do that. We're going to try and stay as tight as we can because obviously we don't want to be in the position where we're losing an engine company and shutting down a firehouse. Obviously, outside of if our fires increase and that overtime has to go up because of callbacks and overtime, or we get into a situation where, I get another 14 to 16 members that are out long-term for, torn shoulders, blown out knees, hip replacements, because this job does beat you down. And we have guys that do it until they're 65 years old. It's tough. But I can commit to this council and to the city as a whole. From the union side, I'm going to do everything I can to get under that number. I can't guarantee it, but I'm going to give it my all.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Captain. Does anyone from the police union want to speak? He left.
I don't know if police had. I apologize.
Had to go, but I think this is a phenomenal idea. I think we've been stuck in a cycle where we'll send 5 people to the academy, and by the time they get, because our academy is painfully long, it's about 6 months long, and 3 people will retire in the interim, and we only get a net gain of a couple guys. This will help break that cycle. I'm excited about this idea. I think it's going to be something that'll help push us over the edge and get us finally to where we should be. And I don't know if you agree with that, Van, or so. But we would, we'd appreciate the opportunity to meet with the mayor and talk about it and strategize and push it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Any other councilors have questions on public safety? Police, parking, fire alarm, emergency management, dog officer, parking meter maintenance. Councilor Hoffman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief Dowling, if you... So in light of the conversation we just had, your in-service training line, you exceeded it last year, and the proposed budget we have is cutting it. It's page 25, line 53137.
Yep. It was...
Are you going to need some more money there?
It was 30,000, and that actually is 31,847. We had a grant, an AFG grant,
yeah,
for just about $200,000, and we're actually getting 100,000 back. It's going to be going into the overtime line, and I think we got 13,000 that was in the in-service training. So that's actually going to be 31,000.
So you feel confident in how it's budgeted now?
Yes, and it was cut to 20, but for this year, coming up, we should be good with the 20,000.
And then similarly, in line, same page, 54911, the public safety supply line is budgeted at 70,000,
Yep.
which is the same as it was budgeted last year, but you have an expense of 123. Is there grant funding that
And
offsets that?
we got 21,000 back in that same grant, so we're at
Okay.
104,000.
Just want to make sure you guys are all right. Thank you.
Yep. You're welcome.
Are there any other questions from the council? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to approve the proposed public safety budget totaling, am I reading this correctly? No. $27,810,708. That's the original number. We made no reductions to this. Correct.
At this time, I move to approve the public safety budget as submitted for $27,810,708. So moved.
Councilors, you heard the motion. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Councilors Daigle.
Yes.
Gamache.
Yes.
Hockman.
Yes.
Turco.
Yes.
Manning Martin.
Yes.
Welton.
Yes.
Rozignol.
Yes.
Ladoff.
Yes.
Corriveau.
Yes.
Higgins.
Yes.
Peach.
Yes.
Motion carries 11-0.
Madam Chair, it's at 11 o'clock, so I'll make
Yes,
it-
I was just going to ask, technically, we're still on the same line item, same agenda item, but I will see what the will of the council is if we
I
can
will
get a
make the
motion to continue.
I will make the motion to continue, hoping that it fails.
You heard the motion from Councilor Manning Martin to continue past 11 o'clock. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Councilors Daigle.
Yes.
Gamache.
Yes.
Hockman.
Yes.
Turco.
Yes.
Manning Martin.
No.
Welton.
Yes.
Rozignol.
Yes.
Ladoff.
Yes.
Corriveau.
No.
Higgins.
Yes.
Peach.
Yes.
Motion carries 9-2.
Take a 5-minute recess, Madam Chair.
We'll take a 5-minute recess.
I don't have enough time to make a statement.
Counselors, we are returning from recess. If you can find your seats. If there are no objections, we're going to go a little bit out of order so that we can, we've had department heads here for a very long time who just have the poor fortune of being further down in our budget, but they don't have usually not longer discussion topics. So we want to get to them so that they don't have to come back and spend another 4 hours with us on Thursday. So if there's no objection, we're only going in the public services section, which is the next section in our book. We're not going to discuss DPS or facilities. We're only going to discuss the cemetery. So if you have any questions about the cemetery, the cemetery is on page 36.
And thank you for taking that up, Council. Dave Cronin is here. Dave's done an amazing job for us as the interim director. We now have the new director who you met at the council meeting a couple weeks back. But Dave has the columbarium installed. Looks beautiful. We're working on it now. They've started the expansion of Area K, Section K. That work is taking place, and I'm very grateful for Dave. As I mentioned in my earlier comments, I did cut a laborer position in the cemetery. I feel like we can do some contract work out, get some assistance internal when need be, and I thought that that was a cut that we could make work. So that's kind of what we have. We do have the full-time cemetery superintendent. We have the office manager, lack of a better title, and then we have some support staff as well. And I think things are running pretty well over there, and I really am grateful, and I think a lot of the reason it's running so well is because of Dave Cronin. But I'm happy to answer any more questions on that, give more detail or more information on that.
Do any councilors have any questions or motions on the cemetery line? Councilor Turco.
Through you to the mayor. Mayor, just a quick question. Where's the new cemetery director tonight?
As my fault, I asked Dave to come because he was a little bit more up to date rather than him just coming in. I haven't even met with him about the budget yet, the new director. So that's why I had asked Dave to be here.
Okay, yeah, I just, I like to break the ice with I really don't have any questions for him. I just wanted to get him up there and get him used to kind of
introduce him to this.
Yeah, so we'll wait till next year. We'll get him up here.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. That was my decision.
Thanks.
Seeing no questions, congratulations on your last budget, Dave. This is I think the real last budget though. He's been saying that for 9 years, he says. We'll see you again in like 2-3 years when we call you back for something else. Appreciate it. Councilor Gamache.
Yes, if there's no questions from the council, I'd move to approve the cemetery budget as proposed by the mayor for $246,990. So moved.
Councilor Gamache, it's 243,420. You need stronger cheaters after 11 p.m.
You have to use the
You have to
salary
use
update.
the late 3, not the book. Sorry, not the cheaters.
Yeah, I move approval on the budget submitted for $243,420. So moved.
Councilors, you heard the motion. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Councilors Daigle.
Yes.
Gamache.
Yes.
Hockman.
Yes.
Turco. Manning Martin.
Yes.
Welton.
Yes.
Rozignol.
Yes.
Ladoff.
Yes.
Corriveau. I didn't know that. Higgins.
Yes.
Peach.
Yes.
Motion carries 10-0.
All right, counselors, we are going to move on to Human Services. This includes Health Administration, Social Services Division, School Health, Council on Aging, Disability Commission, Veteran Services, and Community Programs. Do any counselors have any questions on this section of the budget? While you all look, I will just take my annual opportunity to thank Carolyn at the Senior Center for all she does. You can see by the budget that so much more is provided than what is paid for with taxpayer dollars. And if you've never been to the Senior Center, I suggest you go, whether you're a senior or not. And they're getting a new roof this summer, so yahoo. Yes, raise the roof, Counselor. Counselor Hockman.
Just quickly, the backup on page S37 has the last line there. Doesn't have a salary associated with that. I'm assuming she's staying? Am I reading this wrong?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the end of what you said.
Yeah. So the last line on page S37, is that the dollar amount is not listed? Is that because it's paid through a grant?
Sarah, could you just come to the podium? Counselor Hockman, all of these things are paid with outside funds and not taxpayer dollars, but...
Right. So then, maybe? Thanks.
The position that Councilor Hockman was inquiring about is grant funded. However, that grant is ending at the end of this fiscal year, so that particular position won't be continuing into next year.
Thank you for the clarification.
Did I hear you say it will not be continuing?
It will not be continuing into next year. So we do have a retirement in our office, and we are anticipating that the individual in that position will be applying. It is a competitive application process, but we do anticipate she'll apply.
So the first person, do you have this budget in front of you?
I don't have it in front of me, but yes.
So I think
Yep.
I hear you saying is the person listed first on this page?
Is retiring.
Is retiring,
Yes.
and the person last is be applying for that job?
Yes.
Thank you.
Counselors, are there any other questions on the Human Services? And if you need a minute, please just tell me you need a minute. Counselor Turco.
Thank you. I would be remiss. I actually called this individual today. I'm going to, first of all, it's the entire health department is phenomenal in this city, as we all know. But above and beyond, Chris Wadowski took over as code enforcement last year. And I have to tell you, as I drove down Linfield Street, there were 3 different issues that, just on Linfield Street. There was a dumpster that was at the beginning of Linfield Street for 4 months. There was a tractor trailer that was parked out in front of somebody's house for another amount of time. There was another guy further down storing, landscape equipment. And as I drove home from work today, I realized that all 3 of those things were rectified. And I think the code enforcement department, it's another one that you mentioned earlier, Mayor, the stuff people don't see, but these are the people that go out and take care of this stuff. And also, some of you are aware of a sound issue that we're having over at Crestview Park. And Sharon and Chris and the rest of the staff have been great. So I just wanted to say thank you to all of them. My only question regarding this entire section is regarding the nurse, and I don't know, where is it? School Health Administration. It would be page 39. We went up 8.41%. We went from 2026 budget was $1,356,000 for full-time salaries. we're adding $113,000 to the salary line item there. Is that true, Ms. Cameron?
Good evening. Yes, so there are no new positions in that line item, but the nurses are in the union, so there are anticipated increases built into that, but in addition to the COLAs, by contract, the nurses, there are several lanes that they can go into depending on what sort of academic credentials, what sort of longevity. So there are several nurses who will be attaining professional credentials or a master's degree that puts them into a different lane. So there's actually a pretty generous change in the hourly rate when they attain those additional credentials.
Okay, and I'm going to ask you a tough question, Sharon. Do we need them all? I mean, there's a TBA in there that I would like to remove.
We actually do need them all. So we have 12 nurses across the 10 schools. So every school has one full-time nurse with the exception of the middle school and the high school, which have 2. The state standards call for 1 full-time nurse for every 500 students. So actually we should have 3 nurses at the 2 biggest schools. We also have a float nurse because we have the need to cover about 200 additional shifts per year for school year to cover if nurses are out sick, to cover if an additional nurse is needed to go on a field trip. So we do need that extra nurse. And just to give you a sense of the volume, last school year, there were over 15,000 medication administrations in the school throughout the district. The nurses saw about, we had 8,200 visits for children with endocrine disorders. Most of those are diabetic students who need intensive case management to be in the schools. We also had over 2,000 behavioral health interventions, so there is not the ability to leave a school without nursing coverage.
Okay, that answers that question. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the council? Human Services. Councilor Manning Martin.
Yes, I'd like to propose page 43, band city concerts. I'm imagining, am I on the wrong part? Isn't Human Services, right? The band city concerts, those are the summer concerts, correct, Mayor? At 20,000, budgeted for 20,000?
Summer concerts.
Summer concerts. I'd like to make a motion to reduce that line item 53547 by $20,000. So move.
Councilors, you heard the motion from Councilor Manning Martin to reduce the band and city concerts by $20,000. Is there discussion on the motion?
I'm sorry. Counselor, I'm sorry. Could you please repeat that for me?
Yeah, I believe it's on page 43, the band city concerts, count number 53547. Mayor approved 27 for 20,000. To reduce it by 20,000.
You want to cut the whole line? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry?
I'm having trouble. I'm sorry, Karen. Is it you're moving to eliminate the whole line?
Yes.
The summer concerts? Okay.
Do any councilors have any comments on that? Councilor Daigle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the bang for the buck for having a series of 5 or 6 concerts, also compared to the 4th of July, I think there's a case to be made, the number of people that enjoy this, and I won't support that cut tonight. Thank you.
Councilor Latoff.
I had a question if there was an opportunity for grant funding for this position. Excuse me, not position. It's getting late. I'm sorry. Is there an opportunity for this line item to have some grant funding? Like, is it possible it could be slightly reduced, knowing you could get some mass cultural funds? I believe I saw some advertising before of grants funding this. Is that the case?
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thank you. I certainly, I wouldn't object to a slight reduction in this number, but to eliminate, we already have contracts actually signed with all of our summer bands that are lined up for this year. We might be able to supplement it through some other funding, maybe through Mass Cultural Council or something along those lines. If there was a slight reduction, I think that certainly would work. But yeah, I know all the contracts are signed for all the bands for this summer.
Councilor Walton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councilor Latoff, I think that's a good idea. I think just realistically, the timeline on a lot of those competitive grants wouldn't line up for this summer. This is going to be our fiscal year this year, so it'll be after July 1. I do think there's a benefit. I agree we got to find things where we can. I think maybe reducing it this year and seeing if we could get a sponsor or two would be a good move, and then hopefully underwriting it entirely in future years might be a way to go. So I don't know if we might want to consider maybe an amendment to reduce it by $5,000 or something a little bit, as long as that would cover the obligations for the contracts. Something along those lines might be a good gesture for this year, and look to try to underwrite it in the future years. Thank you.
Councilor Manning Martin.
Sure. Mayor, what is your suggestion with respect to how much we've already committed?
Yeah, thank you. I'd be comfortable with 5,000. Usually the bands cost 1,000 to 2,000 for the firework. So I think reducing it 5, we could supplement that in other ways. If that would be acceptable, Councilor.
Sure, I will amend my motion to reduce that line item 53547 for band city concerts by $5,000. So moved.
Thank you, Councilor.
Councilor Walton on the amendment.
Thank you. I think just maybe to make a public, sort of plea that maybe we collaborate with the balance that we're going to need for band city concerts and fireworks. Maybe our goal is to raise 22,000, publicly through support from companies and others. I think putting those together makes sense, but not on the motion, just a point of clarity.
Councilor Turco, you're on it.
You know what? I'm this far into it. I could raise another couple thousand. I'll get it done.
Any other councilors? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Councilor Daigle.
No.
Gamache.
Yes.
Hockman.
Yes.
Turco.
Yes.
Manning Martin.
Yes.
Welton.
Yes.
Rozignol.
No.
Ladoff.
Yes.
Higgins.
Yes.
Peach.
No.
Motion carries 8-3.
Councilor Manning Martin.
I'm all set, thank you.
Any other human services? Seeing none. The
At this time,
You got the math?
yeah, it's $4,356,132.
Wonderful.
I was a Peabody educated person, I can figure it out.
It was a long time ago, though, Councilor Gamache.
Almost 50 years ago I graduated. Okay, so I move approval on the total human services budget of $4,356,132. So move.
Councilors, you heard the motion. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Councilors Daigle.
Yes.
Gamache.
Yes.
Hockman.
Yes.
Turco.
Yes.
Manning Martin.
Yes.
Welton.
Yes.
Rozignol.
Yes.
Ladoff.
Yes.
Higgins.
Yes.
Peach.
Yes.
Motion carries 10-0.
All right, councilors, we're moving on to culture and recreation. This includes the George Peabody House, the library, Children's Museum, Recreation Parks, Brooksby Farm, Tilly's Farm, Forestry, and the Historical Commission. Does anyone have any questions? Councilor Daigle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mayor, don't go too far. I don't have a solution to this, but I'm wondering the logistics behind the math of the part-time wages of the George Peabody House, which is page 44. Last year, I know we were 20 or 30 grand over budget, and there was some overspending that was going to be controlled. And this year, we're 20 grand over budget, and now, or FY '26, and now we want to cut it by 10 grand. So what is the plan to justify cutting it, even though we've been overspending for the last 2 years?
Yeah, that one, we need to do a better job. That number will be attained. There will be reductions in hours that it's opened, and in resulting in reductions in salaries. They're all part-timers, but that's where we're at right now. That's a spot that needs to be reduced and better monitored.
Councilor Daigle.
Thank you.
Any other councilors? Councilor Hoffman.
Yeah, thank you. With regard to the museum, the Children's Museum, I think the budget eliminates, sorry, page 43. I believe late communication 3 eliminates the funding for the executive director and the community engagement manager for the Children's Museum. I think the total number is $150,470.48. First, before I go on, is that correct, Mayor?
The salary line item of $150,470?
Is that, we're being asked to eliminate that?
No, there's no votes on this. With it being funded outside the budget, I just didn't want to completely take it out. I felt that it should be in there, but it has to be appropriated. So I stand corrected. It has to be appropriated. The two funding sources, though, to cover the $469,200 would be revenues of about $300,000 that we expect based on past years, and then the CDA up to $200,000 has given us for this year and next year. So the two funding sources will cover the Children's Museum expenses, but it does need to be voted on, Mike says. Does that make sense?
I understand what you're saying, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. When you say it covers their expenses, are we talking about these salary lines?
Yeah, it's salaries and expenses, correct.
Okay. And including a $10,937 payment to PMLP for electricity for that building. Yeah.
Yes.
So through the chair to, I don't know if it's Mr. Gingras or the mayor, this CDA, Mr. Bellavance, I don't think is here, this CDA grant, we're secure on this?
Yes, it's been voted on and funding is secure for 2 years.
So is it your expectation that there shouldn't be any impact on the Children's Museum other than the funding source for these staff members?
No, I'm very optimistic of this long term. This Jen Cowell right now is working on some tweaking. We did eliminate a full-time position. We hired a marketing part-time position that we think is going to help. So I am very bullish on the Children's Museum going forward. This will give us 2 years in order to make sure that we have the funding necessary for it to hopefully get to where it needs to be, where it's completely self-sufficient.
No, and that's fine. I just don't want to cut them off cold turkey.
No, everything would be covered between those two sources.
Good, because I heard a lot of conversation tonight about quality of life for children who are disadvantaged and underprivileged, with 4th of July celebrations and a whole bunch of other stuff. And, this Children's Museum gives kids opportunities. I know I'm preaching to the choir when I'm looking at you, but this Children's Museum gives kids opportunities to educate, to engage, to learn, to experience things that they may not otherwise experience. And when the director was here a few months ago, you know, I would advocate for more free Peabody days and more free days and make this museum available. So I'm happy to hear that there are funding sources and we don't expect any change in the services or the hours or the availability for this museum for Peabody residents or anyone else that wants to go there.
No, it's full speed ahead. Jen's looking at maybe tweaking afternoon hours or summer hours or things of that nature.
Sure.
But no, it's full speed ahead with the operation.
Thank you. If that changes, I'd appreciate if you'd give me a heads up.
Councilor Turco.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, I don't know if it's just, the math seems a little fuzzy here. It's so, in Mike's presentation, he has in revenues $300,000 that we're counting as city revenues, but that's the same city revenues that we're using to fund this $300,000 that's going right back into the Children's Museum. It's kind of an odd.
Can you say that again, Council, please?
If you look at the presentation page for Mr. Gingrich, he has $300,000 in revenues from the Children's Museum. I guess I'll ask Mike that question. So you have $300,000, Mike, as a proposed city revenue in your total budget overview, correct?
It's the 300,000 is from ticket sales from the Children's Museum.
Right.
To fund it. And it's 269 in here because when I initially did it, we were talking 300 and then we tweaked it. But that'll be adjusted when we actually set the tax rate.
Right. So no, I get all that, but do you see my point, Mayor? We're saying it's a revenue, but we can't use it for anything else but the Children's Museum. So it really is taxpayer money. So we.
No, there's ticket sales.
Yeah, we got 300,000 that I mean, it's golf fees are golf fees too, but you know, so yes, the 300,000 we're gaining that we count in a revenue list can only be used to support the salaries of the Children's Museum. So, but I guess we're playing semantics where we say it's not taxpayer money or not in the budget. It is. It's that 300,000 belongs to the city at this point, and you're choosing to use it to fund the Children's Museum. So, do you get what I'm saying? It's kind of an odd accounting method to me. But I guess if the ticket sales were 600,000 and we used 300,000 toward the museum, and there was a $300,000 differential, but basically it's self-funding. It's almost like an enterprise fund. There is no. Essentially, we're taking our own revenues. We're counting them as revenue. You have them listed in the revenue column as though, you know, this is an asset to us, but we really can't use it for anything. It's only could be used to fund the Children's Museum. So it's just an odd accounting method. I mean, I have nothing behind this statement. Just the more I look at it, it's just. I guess we could say that it's not taxpayer funded, but it essentially is, because that same conversation I had with Dr. Vidal the other day, every dime that comes into the city is taxpayer money. So that 300,000 is taxpayer money, and it is being put back into the Children's Museum one way or another, correct?
Yeah, that's interesting the way you put it. I didn't think of it that way. Knowing that we have this difficult budget, we're going to make difficult cuts, I was thinking that it's hard to really push forward with the Children's Museum that's not self-sufficient yet, but we're still making difficult cuts. So I was thinking, I know we can count on at least 300,000 in revenue and then supplement it with the CDA. Then I felt that takes it out of the operating budget where it's not taxpayer money through the operating budget.
Yeah, but if that was the case, I could just reduce these line items, right? And then your salary line items, and I could just take it out of the budget if you say it's not in the budget, right? So should I reduce this entire department and take it out? And
It's similar to the enterprise fund, but it's a revolving fund, and it needs to be appropriated as a budget, set of budget lines. And those budget lines are funded through the revolving account, which is generated by ticket sales and the CDA grant.
Okay, so is that, in that revolving account, Mike, is that every dime of it? Is that 300,000 or?
I think right now there's like 315 or 350, I can't remember. It's not every dime, no.
Yeah, so I mean, speaking back to revolving funds, like we didn't talk about the revolving fund for the, I believe the cemetery has a revolving fund too, correct?
They have a perpetual care account that's
Yeah.
sort of like a revolving.
Yeah, so I mean, again, we don't look at it as, I don't see cemetery revenues in your revenue list then being put back into the cemetery like we're doing with the Children's Museum. It's just an odd accounting method that I don't quite get, but I guess I still think we are paying $300,000 a year out of city money for the Children's Museum.
Councilor Turco, just to offer clarification, we do the exact same thing for Brooksby Farm and Tilly's Farm. They all have revolving accounts, and so they all take in revenues, which we have to account for in our budget, and then we have expenses. And what we just do is we take the revenue that's gained from this specific department and apply it to their department. And in the same way that we look at the enterprise fund, the golf course can make $6 million next year, and that does not go to help our operating budget at all. So it's kind of like an enterprise fund, but the funds are not stuck in an enterprise fund. So there's more flexibility when it comes to budgeting, and if one department becomes more profitable than the other, we do have the flexibility to move funds. So if that helps clarify. I know it's late, so we are...
Yeah, no, I fully understand the process, and I fully understand the process of a revolving fund. I also know that Tilly's Farm makes money, it funds itself, and then we take that money. I think we did a transfer last year, at least maybe even earlier this year, from Tilly's to pay other expenses. We also do the same with Brooksby. This just seems to be and not that we need to make a profit on everything we do in the city, to Councilor Hockman's point, the Children's Museum has worked out pretty well thus far, but to say it's not taxpayer money, it's taxpayer money, just like the Tilly's money and the revolving fund is taxpayer money. And just like everything that goes into Brooksby Farm is taxpayer money. If it's earned in this city, it's taxpayer money. If it's a grant gotten by anybody that's employed by this city, it's taxpayer money. It's all taxpayer money. So, I'm on this subject only because I had this deep conversation with Dr. Vidal the other day, and he made a statement to me that, well, grant money doesn't belong to the taxpayers, and and I completely disagree. I think that every dollar that comes in here belongs to the taxpayers. So call it what it is. If anybody here really believed that this wasn't taxpayer money, take it out of the budget then. Let's make the motion to remove everything out of the budget. It's taxpayer money. That's why it's in the city budget. So, I mean, if it's not, take it out.
I understand your point. I think the comment of it's not hitting the tax rolls. So it's not increasing the cost of business, and that's where we see the offset, and that's where we see the zeroed out. I agree that any dollar brought into the city can be considered taxpayer money, but I think the point is that it's offsetting, and it's not increasing the tax paid. It's not increasing our tax rate because it's open. And I think that's the point on the Children's Museum.
Okay.
Councilor Manning Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mayor, forgive me if you've said this, 10 ways from Sunday, but I just want to make sure I have it right. This would include, it's coming out of the operating, it will no longer be in the operating budget. It'll be covered by community development grant and the fees that the 300,000 fees that they brought in. So that would include the triple net payments of the rental of the land and the taxes. It is listed here, Mayor, and I believe it's calculated, but I just wanted to make sure I got that correctly.
Yep, everything under the triple net lease and all expenses listed in the 2 full-time salaries, the part-time wages, would all be covered through the ticket sales of $300,000 and then supplemented by the CDA. Yep.
Thank you, Mayor. And also, I appreciate you expediting or fast-tracking this a little bit faster, I think, than you were comfortable with. But seeing listening to the words of the council over the years to maintain that course to get it out of the operating budget and have it be self-sufficient 501c3. I appreciate that, so thank you.
And thank you. And I've always felt you and others who have advocated that are correct. And it's a little ahead of schedule. I think we're going to get to where we're self-sufficient, but I think it's appropriate out of CDA, meets their mission, certainly rather than the operating budget.
Councilor Hoffman?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on Councilor Turco's point about taxpayer dollars. I agree that everything that comes into the city is taxpayer dollars, but not every dollar that comes into the city is paid by Peabody taxpayers. And I think there's a big difference, right? So people that shop at Brooksby or shop at Tilly's or go to the Children's Museum who don't reside in Peabody are funding something that's happening in Peabody. So when it comes in, yes, it's technically taxpayer dollars, but the source of it isn't from residents of Peabody, and I think there's a difference. But I do want to point out that all of the 1.2 million PMLP costs for schools, for municipal buildings, is being paid by Peabody taxpayers. It's being paid by Peabody taxpayers because it's expenses associated with Peabody municipal buildings. So the $600,000 we get in lieu of taxes, that's the joke. We're giving them twice as much as they're giving us, and we're somehow supposed to be grateful. That's the joke. So if we want to look at revolving accounts and enterprise zones, boy, there's bigger ones than the Children's Museum, in my opinion.
Councilor Ladoff.
I just wanted to make a comment that I think it's great that we are making a plan for this to come off the books in about 2 years. I think Jen is headed in a great spot to make that happen. It's headed in the right direction. She's been a great partner on Main Street. She's collaborating with all the restaurants, and she's just a great part of the community. And what's great to see is like the grant that she got is the same grant that we get as a business owner, and it helps us grow. So it's been things that I've seen other businesses do that has helped them. And it's for a point in time, and then you're on your own. And I think in 2 years she'll be on her own, and it'll be fantastic. Once we're done with this, I had a question about something else. So when we all wrapped up on the Children's Museum?
You can certainly do anything that's in the culture and recreation.
Okay. I was hoping to have a chance to talk to Morgan from the main library. We got to talk to Jen a few months ago, which was fantastic to hear about the Children's Museum, but I'd like to hear from Morgan and just know some information. It's been a tough budget season. I'm really concerned about our residents who may not have resources. They could be somebody who's making a tough decision on having internet, looking to do job searches, and they will come to you to use that. So I wanted to see, when you had to make your cuts, was there anything that was cut that you're not comfortable with? That could be something that would be protecting someone of our residents who don't, have internet or be able to do a job search.
Yeah, so with this budget year, we've had to make reductions in some hours at our branches. So we're looking at right now a 8-hour cut per week per branch, 5 to 9 on Tuesdays at the South and West, and 1 to 5 p.m. on Wednesdays. With this reduction comes the part-time staffing reductions, where the money comes from. So in order to hit some of our budget target, we've reduced there. We've also not filling 2 part-time library positions. Additionally, we've, in order to hold on to some of those staff members, I've reduced my book budget by just over $25,000. With a population of over 50,000 people, 12% of our budget has to be spent on books and materials. So it doesn't necessarily have to show in the operational budget, but I do have to supplement with either grant funds or trust funds or state aid, which we are doing. But at this point, having these kinds of reductions in, for our branch libraries, my concern is, for our community members in those neighborhoods, of course, because whether that's their closest library, maybe they don't drive, or maybe it's just a place they feel most comfortable, or have grown up going there. For myself, I grew up going to the South Branch Library, living in South Peabody. So, my heart's with those libraries at this time.
Thank you very much. I was just looking for us to hear from you to see what your concerns were.
Does anyone else have anything for this section of the budget? Seeing none, Councilor Gamache.
Yes, at this time, I would move approval on the culture and recreation budget as proposed by His Honor the Mayor of $4,754,516. So moved.
Councilors, you heard the motion. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Councilors Daigle.
Yes.
Gamache.
Yes.
Hockman.
Yes.
Turco.
Yes.
Manning Martin.
Yes.
Welton.
Yes.
Rozignol.
Yes.
Ladoff.
Yes.
Higgins.
Yes.
Peach.
Yes.
Motion carries 10-0.
Councilors, I'm cognizant of the time, but also of the department heads who took the time to be here this evening. I'd like to, again, skip ahead and move to employee benefits. We do have our retirement system manager here, and so if anyone has any questions on employee benefits at all. Well, councilors look that over. If the mayor wanted to introduce us to the new director, who's also here.
Yeah, I don't know if many of you have had the opportunity to meet Chris Sabloni yet. She's been working with us for a few weeks now, a couple of months, I think, coming up on. Jim Freeman has been helping part-time, assisting us with the transition. But the retirement board went forward with the hiring with Chris. I think she was an excellent hire. She's a Peabody resident with a great background. I don't know if everybody's had the opportunity. It's not a hire by me. That's why I haven't brought it forward yet to the city council. But I want to make sure everybody got the opportunity to meet Chris, who's been doing a great job for us. And to thank Jim for helping with the transition. Jim was an outstanding benefits retirement manager for us for a number of years.
Welcome, Chris. Sorry we're keeping you so late. Jim, I think you've been talking about retiring since I was elected 5 years ago, so congratulations on actually getting to go and enjoy that. Councilor Hockman.
Two quick questions. On page 55, the workers' comp line, seems like this year there was a significant jump there. What you're not expecting because the budget doesn't reflect that, it's just a small increase? It was budgeted for $350,000 last year. The actual cost was $763,000, which
Council, I think that's more appropriate for the finance director. Just
Oh, I'm
workman's
sorry.
comp. That's okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
All I really want to know, Mr. Gingrich, are you comfortable with the $400,000?
yes.
Okay. And then similarly, on page 57, unemployment seems to go over every year, but we didn't increase the line. Are we just setting ourselves up, or?
I'm usually able to offset that with other lines, so I'm
So it'll just be a
comfortable with
transfer later on? That's what
Yeah.
you're- Okay, thank you.
Councilor Turco.
Just one quick question through you to Jim Freeman. Jim, as far as retirement, what's the funding level we're at now? What's the funding level we're at now? What percentage?
So in the last full actuarial, we're at 59.5. We were hoping to get the numbers in this week. We have a new actuary, so we went up for contracts. So it took him a little bit longer to get familiar. He's got to study the last few years to see where we're at. Based on the last full, we were anticipating would be about 63 and a half somewhere, but hopefully to be above 60% funded.
Okay, is that on schedule to where we thought we were going to be, or with the state mandate for funding?
We are on track to be funded by 2036, but it's a moving target. It's constantly changes by hires, retirements, when people pass away. It's just a constantly moving target. I think the last unfunded liability was about 143 million, somewhere in that neighborhood.
We're unfunded by 143 million?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And it has to do with, we've done very, very well. I think we closed this year at about 240 million is what we have in assets. So that will obviously affect the unfunded as well. So as long as the market's doing good and we're increasing that number, we are on track.
Right, and did your board vote in the COLA, the 3% COLA this year for retirees?
I don't believe the board voted a full 3. I think it's 2.8, which is what Perrick had recommended.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Any other counselors? Counselor Ladoff.
Okay, I had a question in regards to on page 56 with sick and vacation leave buyout. I'm not sure who's the appropriate person to answer that. But my question is, if you look at the numbers, we had some numbers in there for 23, 25, and then it's 0. So is it a program we no longer have?
What we did was, that was a little bit of money we would set aside for when people retired and got their buybacks. And we've been just absorbing that within the departments as best we could. And that's why we eliminated it.
Thank you very much. And in regards to like ADP payroll processing, is there, it looked like that had a significant like increase this year. Is that been like our long-term provider that we're comfortable with? And is there an opportunity to possibly source out another resource? Just asking a question.
Yeah, we've been with ADP for a long time. All of our systems are structured around it, so it'd be very difficult to move.
Thank you, understood.
Any other counselors? Seeing none, Counselor Gamache.
Yes, at this time, I move approval on the total employee benefits of $38,521,795 as approved by His Honor the Mayor. So move.
Counselors, you heard the motion. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Councilors Daigle.
Yes.
Gamache.
Yes.
Hockman.
Yes.
Turco.
Yes.
Manning Martin.
Yes.
Welton.
Yes.
Rozignol.
Yes.
Ladoff.
Yes.
Higgins.
Yes.
Peach.
Yes.
Motion carries 10-0.
Counselors, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.